Alright, nice. Stop talking about Pat's stupid pirate hat and Red Dead. The stream has started. Oh, shit. Thanks for calling that out, Pedro. No, your voices aren't showing in. Install, uninstall, close this, leave Discord, rejoin Discord, speak heathens. Oh shit, it's still not working. What the fuck? Speak. Nope, you're still not coming in.
Boy.
Okay, now it works. This time I had to install it, uninstall it, install it, uninstall it, install it, uninstall it.
Yep.
That's fucked up.
It's
Why do you do that?
operational.
That's crazy.
Cannot believe this.
People can hear you guys now, though.
Uh-oh. That's where the problem started.
That's even worse.
Arguably, yeah.
What the hell? Just because we said it doesn't mean you can do it.
Yeah, you can't say these things. How dare you?
Graham.
Steven, talk about your new favorite game, Bap Bap, and what you called that guy in the voice channel.
I called him exactly what he was.
And you deserved it.
A crusty, rusty, overrized.
Indeed.
He was just stretching, guys. Don't worry.
Niagarian. Actually, what do you call it from Niagara's Falls?
What was the thing where it's like it sounds like the N word, but it just means king?
It's the king of Ethiopia, Negus, Negus.
Are you sure that's actually pronounced Negus and not like Negus?
Probably something like that.
There we go. What the fuck?
Okay, hold on. Someone drew this. His name, he's Negus from Earth 616 in Marvel, right? This is his picture. Doesn't that look like the handsome Superman meme?
I don't know the handsome Superman memes, I can say.
Yeah, what do you mean the handsome Superman meme?
This is the handsome Superman meme.
Oh, this? God damn it. Oh, that fucker.
Given that one has a beard and one doesn't, I would not say so,
I can
no.
see
Yo,
the
hold
shape.
on. I love that image. Because that image, they use that so much for all this shit.
I mean, since we were just talking about Valve before, let me just post the Valve version.
It's Gabe. It's handsome Gabe.
Oh shit, guys. There's handsome Squidward in this one too. I think the most threatening part is that Jake could look like that.
He could do that if he wanted to.
It's canon.
Well.
Yeah, so while I eat this fruit tart, who wants to cover off what happened last time?
You can't call people that.
Untrue.
Well,
I don't remember what happened last time.
Well, Steve, so you had Shori infiltrate the city.
Oh, yeah.
And then, yeah, that went out for a while.
Yeah, it did.
So, at like 1 hour 40, he finally talked to not a Nazi.
Yeah. Then he had to do everything backwards.
No, I was already counting the doing backwards. When I said talk to not a Nazi, I mean that's
okay, you mean not the talk by the radio, but the actual talk. Yeah.
Yeah. So, as soon as you... God damn it. So, after us discussing what we all thought about the Empire going to war, and what we all thought, which there are very diametrical opinions of what's going to happen. So there's a real risk of characters having to leave the party depending on what the majority of the party wants to do.
I'm
And
sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure it won't.
What?
And lastly, we after that and many interruptions, we got to the city and were very, and after having to after having a gun pulled on Ingram, we finally managed to get to the building to speak with the man of the hour, Ramnon Vargek. Vargek.
Absolutely fucked up that they would pull a gun on me for trying to do what they wanted.
Hmm.
It's not our fault
Okay.
that you.
Okay.
even though you're-
Let's do what they want, but as slowly as you possibly can, pulling out every single piece of paper, going, "Is this it?
This is
Is
the
this
car that
it?
I've owned for 20
Is this
years.
it?"
And then claiming you're on the right because I don't know what's the correct thing.
Is
Yeah, I
this
don't know
it?
military stuff. Clearly,
You do.
not enough.
You do. You bet. I'm
You
sure
know.
the
You
paper
know
was
enough
given
to avoid it.
Yeah. Exactly. That means I don't know the proper stuff.
So after he was almost executed, then two people went to elevator, which they chit-chat a little bit, and then the rest of us are arriving through the stairs.
Almost wrongfully executed. That's some bullshit.
I'm awesome. Don't worry, maybe we can execute you yet.
I don't know. Maybe we should just make the city not a hellhole where people can get executed off the cuff.
That is the goal.
Is it? Because it
It
seems like a
used to
lot of
be
the
like
party are
this.
fine with it being like
It
this.
didn't used to be like that,
If we win
but
the
that is the reason why. I don't know. Not a Nazi wants us to not be here, so he could try and do it, but that's too late.
it's like, to be fair, if we win the war, it'll stop.
There shouldn't need to be a...
Well, too fucking bad.
Man,
Those
'cause
words
I'm
are
going to talk as
echoing in your
Bergic in a
mind.
second, but I want to make sure that he's just not suddenly coughing on a fruit tart. So
I don't know, it'd be pretty funny if he did.
Bergic dies as he's talking to you.
Problem solved.
I mean, that would absolutely tear the party apart because we'd somehow be blamed for his fucking death.
Oh,
And then
for
when we
sure.
were-
Could you fucking
I don't
imagine?
think-
Could
How
you
would that
imagine?
tear us apart? It'd just bring us together.
Yeah, it'd bring you together. But could you
No,
imagine how
it
much
wouldn't.
trouble this would be as if you just had a heart attack right here, and you're like, I'm a doctor. I did not induce this.
I can literally
You
tell you.
saying that Grack would probably shoot Ingram if he went like, I didn't induce that. Bang! Why would you say something so incriminating?
I mean, to be fair, I'm sure they would.
Because that's
see
what
the
people
thing
would
and-
insinuate.
Yeah, let's be honest. They would insinuate that, and Ingram saying that will just make it easier.
Well, they probably wouldn't because they generally think that I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, so.
Depends if they read the report and read the part where you somehow do miracles.
Nah. Anyone could do that with enough training.
I mean, if you go up north, yes, you can do miracles. There's a god living there.
No, anyone could do what Ingram does with enough training, surely.
I mean,
Not an elf
only-
elf.
The only reason
That
people ain't
ma-
calling you a magician is because I haven't seen any rabbits being pulled out of your hat.
Yeah. No, I don't
Yes.
do magic, so that'll never happen, so.
I mean, you say that, but your
Well,
Paragon
I
Surge and all of
don't.
the other spells you use are kinda sus.
Those are
Kieran,
literally fucking mechanical.
Kieran
Yeah,
just
you see him drink something first, or inject something into him. He's a druggie.
I was about to say, wizards drink alcohol and do heroin all the time before casting Fireball.
Yeah, but there's.
And you know, that
They're all
actually
bad
makes-
shit.
That seems true.
it's pretty funny if someone just went to Ingram and is like, oh, so you can do like magic, right? Just pull a rabbit out of a hat, and he just used Vomit Swarm.
Yeah.
It's like close enough.
I really
It's
like
just
the idea of a city
worst
wizard being
magician
like,
ever.
I really like the idea of a city magician being like, you want me to cast grease for your adventuring party? Sure, let me get the grease prepared, the components ready. He just pulls out a needle. He's like, first you need black tar heroin.
Oh, it's just a
That's
fucking
how
jar
that's
that's
how
labeled
wizards cast
grease.
in technology prone areas. They have to get drugged up first.
Ugh.
I'm just imagining you like get a wizard drugs for whatever thing you need, and then it just shows him like doing exactly what you want. He like summons a Wayne rainbow and jumps on it. The whole party's like flying through. Just cuts back to you guys being like, "So when's the magic gonna happen?" He's just there like fucking convulsing.
It's happening.
Yeah, I was gonna get that's happening, guys.
The magic's all internal.
It's just that
This is where Grak just goes, "Damn it! I've been scammed by a
it's
wizard
that
again."
DRG meme of the scout with red sugar.
I guess that's what happens when you go to the back alley wizards.
All right,
Deep Rock Galactic.
the party that did not take the elevator gets up to the stairs. Vergek is standing in a somewhat spacious room, which appears to be kind of a mix between like modern chic and an old temperament. Like he's in some kind of studio apartment lot thing where there's like no walls, but it's not like it's like Dr. G's pad where things are just all super fancy and nice. It's actually kind of normal. Like he's got like as opposed to like some fucking part of the floor that dips in like how Dr. G has this big like lounge for like couches. He's just got some couches there. It's almost as if you went to go visit your parents' house, but they took out all the walls. The elevator shaft, like the part where the elevator comes into this room, is just in the middle of the room, kind of. It's not exactly the middle, but it's got enough space behind it that there is something behind it, like some kind of kitchen. You guys come up through the stairs.
Ties this building together.
Yeah, these three walls really make it look so much more spacious.
Yeah.
The inclusion of walls here really highlights the absence of walls everywhere else. It's just like, yes, thank you. I couldn't move those out of the way.
Believe
it
me, I
seems like your
tried.
house is
But Vergek is
not
standing
very-
a fair distance away from the two people that were at the elevator as they waited for you guys, as evidence from last session from what they said. Like I said, he'd offer you drinks, and if you guys were like, oh yes, please, he just stands there. He's like, fucking serve yourself. Well, he doesn't say that,
found a
but
drain.
it's that thing where he's like, would you care for some drinks? And if anyone said yes, he just motioned them to go make it themselves. Because unlike Dr. G's like bar where there's like little mixologist stuff and everything, his little alcohol thing that's standing there. I say alcohol thing. What is that called? Where it's got all the little spirits and stuff for people at house parties.
It's still alcohol.
It's a table.
Sure,
Shelf.
A bar?
it's like, yeah, it's sure you could call it a bar, but it's like that thing Red Foreman had.
A wife?
It's like a personal like bar.
I think
Home
it's-
bar.
Yeah, I think it's just
Sure.
a home bar. Kind of.
Yeah,
Sure,
it's
his-
not. It's not a
Food
bar
up
as in the building itself. It's just a home bar.
Sure, a home bar. That's
And
fine.
alcohol, a liquor cabinet.
That's more apt, yeah, because as opposed to it being somewhere where people actually sit and have a drink, it's supposed to be something you stand and get your drink poured at, and you take your glass and you walk around the building.
Oh, it's like a liquor cart. Okay.
Sure, you go to his liquor cart that's fucking bolted to the floor, and you can get your drinks if you want.
It's got water on it.
Who did take the elevator again? It was Steven and Grak? No,
And
it
Grak,
was
yeah. it was just
Grak
two.
and Ingram.
it was Kieran. It was Ingram and Grak.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
elevator.
Yeah. Do you guys want to get drinks while you wait for the party?
Okay, it's called a cellaret.
Cellar it. Thank you, Joe. So you go to your
I'm not
cellar.
gonna call it that.
You go to the cellar at Ingram. You look for water. You do not see water.
Darn.
Get fucked.
With
This
your
guy's gonna die of dehydration.
with your infinite perception, there is a sink in the kitchen.
Can you fucking imagine? Just like, gentlemen, please serve yourselves. And Ingram just starts hearing the sink in the background as Ingram went off camera to go.
The only way it would be worth it is if I grabbed one of the drinks from the cellaret, poured it out, and then put the water in there.
Don't. No.
You wanna?
No.
Okay, then don't do that.
Ingram's trying to get himself.
That's why I
killed
was
in
saying
multiple
it's the only
ways.
way it could be worse.
And you could have wanted to make it worse.
Yeah, you don't like this guy.
I don't know this guy.
You know that he's down for war against your elf people.
My elf people, I don't know them either.
That he doesn't know that.
What's up, my alpha?
Uh-huh.
That's like, these are some very influential elf people. What's up, elf? Oh god, it's the hard R.
What's up, my knife ears? Oh, you can't call us that.
What's up, my leaf drinkers?
Yeah. What's up, my leaf lovers? With a hard R.
Be
My leaf
worse.
lovers.
Be worse. Just start doing confidence in front of him. That's the diplomacy drug.
What's
for
up,
any-
my twigger?
Yeah. What's up, you wood fucker?
That's it. A twigger.
With the R, I can't believe you've been.
Check your fucking privilege.
Oh, that does remind me. I saw one thing. Like, they was making fun of the you can't be racist towards white people, and the guy was just like, no, I don't understand. How can I say this and it's racist, and they can't say the same thing about me and it's not racist? And the guy goes, that's because white people invented racism, and they can never take that away from us.
You can never take.
Can't believe
That's great.
The culture appropriation. Being racist is our thing.
Yeah. All right. So what do you? Ingram is floating around the cellar, looking tense, I suppose.
I mean, he's just kind of looking around and taking the place in. It's like a nicely appointed room, I guess. I wish it had more walls.
It's not a car, but
It'd be a lot cooler if it wasn't like
Taking in
falling apart.
Taking in more of the room, you do note that there is a, I suppose you could call it a staircase. I believe it's. Oh no, that's not what that's called. Though I was going to call it a witch's staircase, but that's something different. It is the kind of staircase where there are platforms sticking out of the wall that are not expressly connected to each other, so you could very easily trip. Which again, this is a little weird for someone his age to be having this. Because when you look at Ramnan, he is a man wearing a suit with a very pale skin and scars across his face. He has something like that of a military cut. And while, again, he's wearing like nice nobleman's clothes, and some of this might be something you might see of a nobleman, someone of his age, it's a little much, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Maybe he's having a midlife crisis. You know, like he's trying to be like, look at my room. It's so nice and chic. This is what all the young people have.
I'd like him a lot more if that was it.
Sir, you don't have walls.
Bro.
Did you actually say that?
No.
Okay.
He's definitely thinking it. Like, what
How
the
about
hell?
you, Greg? Anything you want to add to anything here? The man's fucking like definite impending death on that staircase.
Hey, that's I took the elevator, so
Yes. That's why he's asking you questions.
All right, I understand. You two are very silent because although Ramnan looks like an old pale man, just the general fact that he has accomplished so much in your absence and has been able to force you guys somewhere else, and supposedly he's the one that's running things here. Just standing in his presence makes it awkward and scary. So much
We
so
also
that
said before we ended last session, let's wait for the others. So
I'm
we're
aware.
kind
I
of
was-
just standing around.
I was just confirming that what you were going to do nothing there. As I was going to say, the other people come in through the fire escape, I guess is what it would be labeled as. No, the fire escape's the thing outside. What's the fucking... Just, they
Like,
come in through a
They're
door.
stairs. They're just
they-
stairs.
Stairwell.
They open a door and there's stairs behind it. The studio audience is cheering as, like, Shori walks in.
Double up a dub dub. All right.
Boo!
All right. I know what you all want. Nip.
As soon as you say "nah," the rest of it's just blurred out from the audience going, "Yeah!"
He said it.
There's some guy like tearing off a shirt that ends with GR, but that's all it says.
What could that mean?
All right, so we cut back to we cut back to reality. The audience fucking Thanos snapped away. You guys are walking in.
Why don't you guys take the elevator?
As
I
walk
couldn't.
in, I kind of ignore this, and I'll just put myself at attention.
I'm surprised that does anyone just want to, like, as soon as you walk in, march straight to the cellar, right, and just start pouring yourself a drink?
No.
All right.
Go with attention. I guess. Once I get in line with Joe.
Darf City is here. Vergek begins going, now that I have the entire collective's attention, I believe you must be wondering, why am I called here?
Yeah.
Rug.
Generally a good question.
Kind of just nod a bit and wait for him to keep going.
Alright. He goes, now, I'm not sure if you're aware of your fellow soldiers, your squad mates, people in the special division, but when comparing the reports sent by other squadrons and yourselves, you certainly stand out as troublemakers. But when looking at where you've been sent, why, partway through my studies of you, I was shocked to see that you weren't sent to Magistrix's tower. You people are perhaps the best that the military has to offer, actually. There are, of course...
That's what I've been saying. I know.
do you want to say that?
No. He says that. He says that. You know, like the little John. That's what I've been saying.
In Ingram's mind, when he says it, it's like, oh, what? That's not true. He can't mean that.
In Kingston's head's like, this is sad.
My condolences.
I'm very sorry to the military.
The army, of course, has its heroes. People like Neo and... Well, I think I should top any... I start with the best. But they're relics. People of an old regime. They inspire a kind of history that needs to be changed. You're the young, the new. You're the people that'll be running these things in 10, 20 years. And that's why I have a proposition for you. He looks and he goes, I have heard reports that of a colluding with you and a certain superior officer, as he's staring at Stephen Shorey. And he goes, have the others been informed?
Yeah, what do you mean? Troy would actually be confused for a moment. He's like, "What does colluding mean?" What does that mean?
Well, I was honestly gonna have him. No, I wasn't gonna have him think, "Oh, he's too stupid to know what colluding means." He's going to be He's clearly still super loyal to not a Nazi. So yeah, I guess because I'm not rolling sense on that, and he just assumes that you're making your stand now. He's gonna look at the others and go, "Have you been informed?"
I wouldn't call reporting to our superior officer colluding, but if that's the word you want to use, yeah.
Been informed of the current situation, yes.
He's like, "Oh, that's what colluding means." Oh.
And Verga goes, "But what is a report if not what you want people to be told? Nazis' accounts." When you say
I'm just like,
he stops.
he's thinking like, I mean, I don't know how better to answer that. Reports exactly what we tell them. I mean, people don't tend to like my reports, but you know, they gotta get out all the same, or else people get mad.
You could roll sense motive if you want, but it's the kind of thing, like, as you say, that he just kind of forces a smile and nods. He's like, "Too true," because he wants you to agree with him. But what you just did to him was like, he's not hiding it well. He's just like, he's almost angry that you had to say that.
It's like,
I think you don't have to roll for Kingston either. I think Kingston has the same opinion as Vergek on this, where he's like, "What the fuck was that?" Kingston shakes head.
It's because literally every time I love the idea of Vergek saying, "Oh, it seems we have here the reports," and then he sees like a novel, and then he sees a paper, and is like, "What is this?"
So Greg's just sitting there or standing. I don't know if he found a chair or something. Going like, "All right, this isn't about the Raven. That's good." He's just thinking that in his head. He doesn't know about the Raven. It's great. I'm not gonna get in trouble for killing another bird.
Another?
Wait, another?
Hold on.
Pet's thinking this.
Don't hear this. None of you have detect thoughts. Fuck off.
I'm sure Ingram can see your thoughts in your head.
He can see it. He's like,
Pat,
I can feel.
Pat, you're making thought bubbles out loud again.
I love it. Just had like Greg Kissa just like, no. Where the fuck can
I
scare
forgot
some
I had
cheese on this
Twatter
joint?
installed.
Oh, Twitter.
You put the skill ship to connect your brain to Twitter.
Yeah,
Please
that's
don't.
Twatter. South Park.
That's Twitter. That's the thing from South Park. That was really good.
Oh no, Alec Baldwin. Where is he?
Vergek is waiting for Greg to be done.
He's done what? He was just.
You're just
dead.
talking. That's all I'm making
sitting
fun
there.
of.
Yeah.
Go on.
So as Vergek's forcing a smile, and he goes, "Yes, well, I believe then you're fully aware of the problem with reports, and as your superior has told you of things, you must understand that he is telling it from his perspective. What do you see in the city when you look out?"
People are looking pretty sad.
And empty.
I don't greatly enjoy the border police like threatening me.
The populace is worried, and the city seems overly fortified for the moment.
And what did you see in the city before?
It looked like the city was alive instead of completely still. If that makes any sense.
I could understand why you believe these things. But if you looked at the city before, you would have seen a populace that was unaware of its problems. People are unhappy because their eyes have been opened to the issues around them. They'll be happy soon enough when these issues are resolved. And that is where they will no longer be happiness from an ignorance, but from a cause.
Could we be potentially apprised of these problems, sir?
For too long, I believe that we have stagnated as a people.
Oh.
Have you no concern of the problem of the ghost that you've dealt with? The magic users you found encroaching on our lands? We've been playing nice this last few centuries because we feared the enemy. They just let their problems bleed into our problems. We tried to stay separate, and we even tried to discuss this diplomatically. Nothing that perhaps you soldiers have heard of. I don't know too many that do keep up with ambassadorial talks. But I assure you, there were attempts. I even offered to pay money out of my own pocket for just inches of land back as some sort of resolve to show to the people, and they refused. I am talking about taking our place in this world. And if there's this silence, he's going to smile and go,
Sort of.
perhaps I'm explaining this too. How about this? There are problems that our people have gone to great strides to correct, and that our neighbors have done nothing to help fix. If anything, they have their problems and they just throw them onto our yard. And we found that after dealing with those problems, some things were owed back to us, things that they had taken from us prior. And if they refuse, why, we merely show that we were merely being polite all along, and that we have every intention of taking it back.
Or Greg speaks up. Are you asking us to do something?
I'm
That's a good
asking you
question.
to side with me. You are very intelligent and full of prowess, and people like yourselves have been kept in a military system that has assigned you a caretaker, someone to watch over you like children. They've instilled ranks in you that do not fully showcase your true skills. The people of higher rank, barring a few heroic examples, how many do you think could actually take you in a fight? Physically, strategically, I'm sure you're aware that you're superior to many in most ways.
Sir, I'm not exactly a combatant, so I don't think I could beat any of them.
I am.
You
I'm not gonna lie. I can
It's
pull some ass.
interesting. It's interesting how humble you are, Ingram. I've seen your marksmanship results. They're top of the board.
There's actual
So
snickering.
literally got his
There's
head in
actually
his hand.
snickering in the background. Actually,
Yeah, everyone's just
Yeah, I'm
giggling
sure.
because he
Ingram's
got
got his
nat
fucking
20s for
head
no
in his
reason.
hands.
Yeah.
Ingram's just got his
actual
fucking
fucking
head in
snickering.
his hands. Like,
Oh,
no.
Pat wrote BRB. I thought Pat just said bruh.
I would love to hear Greg saying, "Bro."
Ingram's just got his fucking head
I've
in his
seen
hands.
your
Like,
marksmanship.
no.
Everyone just starts giggling. He's like, what?
I just looked down because like I
That
I,
man
he,
looked good.
I love the idea, David, that I'm just below him. It's like that shit is not fair.
It's just not
He's
fair.
like, he's like, it's bullshit. This isn't true. This is a false. This is false.
I like to imagine, Joe, the reason you're behind them is because you shot with all your guns and one was slightly off. So they didn't give you
No.
extra bonus for shooting more
See-
times, they just gave you the bonus of accuracy.
So
My idea
Kieran
is
somehow shot all 4 targets with 1 bullet.
my idea is that because I had to do like mine was the medium of shots I hit every time, and Kieran's because he was rushed to becoming an officer, he only had to shoot once.
That's kind of what happened. He rolled an at
Yeah.
20 and hit all the targets, and they're just like, wow.
Yeah, so yours the actual average, him was just his best possible. And they were like, okay, that's the average now.
It's still really funny he got a nat 20 there. It's just
Yeah.
haunting him still.
Sir, I don't mean to insinuate anything poor about the testing that was done, but that was at best a fluke. I am not exactly learned in the process by which to utilize guns.
Perhaps it was a fluke, as you say. But, if anything, doesn't that showcase how the testing itself could then be made better? I mean, if you don't believe you're worthy of being an officer, why
Sir,
are you
I don't-
one?
Very extenuating circumstances, sir.
He went to the wrong man for this. He's like, sure. He's like, I would. He's
Well,
like,
we'll
give me
get
his
back
officer.
to we'll get back to your extenuating circumstances, but I don't mean to make any one person feel like they're not being paid attention to here. Kingston, you've been in the military most of your life. Now, I know there are soldiers that lie about their ages in order to get in sooner, but you also are of what we would call a special case. And then, what are you? And he looks at your shoulder because I can't remember off the top of my head.
I'm a sergeant.
Yeah,
E5.
I thought you were gonna say I'm a surgeon. Not that. I mean your race. What the fuck?
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about other. And he would go. Sorry, I'm so fucking forgetful because I don't remember off the top of my head Joe's age. He's 21. You've been in the military like 15 years, Joe?
No, he's been in the military for like 7 to 8 years now.
Okay.
Me and Joe joined
He
around the
still
same
hasn't reached
time.
puberty.
Still hasn't reached puberty.
Don't worry, guys. I've been in the military for 20 years. I swear.
Back.
All right.
No, you were
Please.
supposed to be in the military for 20 years. It's
This
different.
would be a
Varric's going to say, you are indeed impressive. And you would think that somebody of your skill and time spent would be an officer themselves.
Who's he talking to?
Kingston.
Me.
Okay.
Yes, I thought they simply haven't made it. This is he thinks, but I believe it is because of my age. If not,
Well-
then I must be lacking somewhere.
Or is it perhaps that the higher ups are afraid of what a man with 4 arms can do? Just like they're afraid of the strength of your friend here, or the ingenuity of your little friend there.
It is important.
I-
When he says strength, with me or Shari,
When he says little friend, he's pointing to Grack, not fucking.
I meant to
He
strength.
said the strength.
He's talking about Krugar. Sure, he's already like on board, as far as I can tell.
Also, sure, he's a human. He's
Yeah.
he's referring to non-humans.
Yeah, he's directing at non-humans. He's trying to say, he's going. I believe that some of your ranks have been halted out of the meddling of higher ups that want to keep people such as yourselves from getting into too much power too fast. But is this
Yeah.
what our nation was founded on? Advancement comes from strength, you know. Be you green or born of a far-off isle. Surely you have all noticed that your expertise is well beyond what you've been placed for.
He just straight up called Kingston a monster from the other monsters.
No, you meant short,
That's
you stupid idiot.
Look, this is Grak is trying to prove that when Vergek called you guys intelligent earlier, he was lying.
We
Kinda
know
fucked
that.
He was
up that
talking
he's
about
like-
Shori. Why would he talk about Shori again when he
I'm
was
from the
trying to
Isle
He
of
never mentioned
Monsters.
Shuri yet.
He's
I
from there.
understand this. He was
It's also-
just talking about the non-human. Oh,
My man
Fucked up
Grak
that he
is like
talks about
listening. No, hold on. The part, you know, the party's all quiet and kind of scared of Vergek. You look at Grak and you just see him holding his head, going, "I don't follow."
Ravioli. What the fuck is this guy only?
Vergek looks at you guys, seeing if he needs to butter you up some more. I don't know if you guys want to say anything while he's staring at you. You said something, Kieran?
Well, sir, there's no real reason then for me to be an officer then either. Kingston's all the more fit for the position, and I'm you know, and kind of like flicks in here like half the enemy, right? Apparently.
I agree. If you do not want to be part of the military, you should not be forced to be part of it. I understand that you made some sort of deal, a monetary compensation, but not only is your father capable of paying it off, which
No.
the government has not even seemed to bother to ask as far as I can find, but
He wouldn't do
I
that.
would be willing to pay off whatever debt's owed, even though soon enough there should be none owed anyways.
gonna take his brain. They're gonna take his brain.
In Krugar's mind, the fuck? Ingram's parents are rich and he lives in a car.
Yeah.
I would ask that if you wish to
you know
leave-
Ingram's tendencies.
I thought it was just that he also, or in Kruger's mind it was just like, oh, he probably had to,
Now,
made it to
doctor,
lower lifestyle, not fucking.
You know, his
Good
father's like
lifestyle and-
rich.
now, doctor, be aware that this is not me completely absolving you of this. You must
Oh.
still agree, and then afterwards you are free to do as you wish.
I mean, if my agreement's getting me out, then I don't see why it matters what I do
That
anyway.
is a fucking catch-22 if I've ever heard of.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
sir, maybe I'm not understanding, but if the entire point is to get me out of the way, then I don't understand why my agreement matters at all.
I merely wish one day of your service. You won't be fighting anything. You won't be going very far. You could sleep through it if you'd like.
He's gonna clone your brain. Brain
Clone? No, he's gonna take it.
Or
Dude, he's
both.
gonna steal my goddamn eyes.
He's going to steal everything you have above the.
I gotta
neck.
say, those are some pretty nice orbs in your head, but
But anyway,
I don't mean to sound, I don't know, I guess untrustworthy, but normally when we get a mission, there's supposed to be some sort of dossier. What, does
It's no
this
mission.
entail?
I
mean-
just wish something like a prick of your finger for a medical experiment.
now
But
he
I'm
I'm
getting ahead of
absolutely
myself.
really. I'm gonna try
I'm-
and like, what is he trying to? I'm trying to create a fucking hunch. Like that sounds absolutely dangerous.
I'm getting ahead of myself. First, I need to understand that you people are with me before we carry on this kind of conversation. If you oppose my visions for a Mycoccus free of magic, Mycoccus built on strength, one that does not suffer the problems of before, Because where you saw a world full of happy people, I saw a world full of ignorance and homeless and violence.
Is
I
that
intend
going to
to
go
fix those
away after a
problems.
war?
Go away. You complain that the streets are empty, but that's because I've moved the homeless into housing. People are sad, but that's because they've been taught and they understand that there are problems that need to be fixed, and that we're not fixing them now. Things have been fortified because of the retaliation our less than intelligent neighbors will surely try and make. But that is why we are men of science. We prepare.
Is this building like is it all?
What's about the
Does
building?
his building have windows at all?
Yeah, it's got windows all over the place. Like some of them are like the big glass sheets that those like where there should be a wall. It's just
Sure,
a window.
Okay.
Okay, isn't you agree, or okay, you understand there's a window there?
Okay, there's definitely a window there. He said it, not me.
Yeah, no, Kieran wants to prepare to jump out of the fucking 10th story.
I don't want to do anything. Yeah, well, not yet necessarily.
Do
Well,
you have
did I
flag
bring
prepared?
Do I have impact foam prepared?
Doubt it.
Did I take my parachute out of the
Damn,
car?
I don't have any fun.
In all of your travels, you saw suffering, did you not?
Only that one time, yeah.
Only that
Suffering.
one time?
The only thing I can think of was the lighthouse village where the ghost was.
There's also people scared and being mauled by the monsters. There's also
That's fair.
the undead.
On the Undead, we didn't really see the suffering.
The undead never really became a problem
Like,
that
we saw
affected
that
the people.
we saw that the military was working, and people didn't really look scared.
The only time I suffered was when we were on the fucking wall.
Not you.
Okay, the
Suffering
wall
of others, you jackass.
The wall had a lot of
Okay,
stuff.
you guys also suffered.
No, I enjoyed it.
I suffer all the time.
Hey.
I enjoyed the
I'm
wall.
sure the two of you
Okay,
suffered when you fucking
cringe,
died.
man.
Oh no, that was
Troy didn't even say it like that. He was just saying.
Evan was fun. For the 5 seconds I was there.
Fucking Vergek watching this conversation.
I'm sure the two of you motherfuckers suffered when you died. Man, what? It would suck if there wasn't magic when that happened.
Yeah, that's true. That shit
Yeah.
sucked.
I think I saw Evan. Or hallucinated, one of the two.
Yeah, what about the suffering you saw in the Rustlands? Those people didn't live a great life.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Those
but
people
they
in the
live
car
in
that
the
we saw.
Rustlands.
I mean, those
What
people
a-
were trying
The
to
most
kill
What
people
about-
we saw were the fucking Smilers and the people that and fucking Cam and them.
What about the suffering from when that guy tried to help that car out of the train for you and it landed on him?
That's him.
That's a fucking normal incident. That'll
Yeah, that's-
happen more
that's him
if
being-
it's
Yeah,
only
that'll
technology.
happen the more.
Yeah, they are, Joe. People can go to the stream and see what Joe sent me, along with Pepto-Bismol pancakes.
Delicious.
I thought you were saying yes, they are to the concentration camp part, not something in private.
No, Joe sent me a whisper, and I loudly declared it because every time someone sends me a PM, I switch to it, and it's just on stream then.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Be careful in case someone sends you either A, something inappropriate,
that?
B, their home address.
I'm gonna start tearing terrible things to his private message.
Students just
Here's a
gonna
zip
start sending.
bomb.
Students gonna send me a picture of his dick, and I'm gonna be like, "What is this? A sausage
going to
link
send
and
you a-
2 cherry tomatoes?"
Cherry tomatoes.
Here's a zip bomb.
I know the thing I can send.
I don't have to see
Pedro
that.
has an incredible wealth of furry porn, I'm sure.
Not really, no. Possibly some, but not much. Also depends the level of furry. There's multiple ones.
I can attack David right now, and he would just have to suffer.
Probably.
But I won't do it because I don't want to stop the whole game for it.
Yeah. So, Verga goes, all the suffering of humanity, the ages of misery and darkness we've endured, science can change that. But what use is it if we don't bring its power to everyone? Mankind everywhere is in desperate need. They're waiting for the blessing of science. I intend to be the one to help deliver it. Won't you be my messengers?
Man, my metal arms really do agree with him, though.
The metal arms really do agree with him.
Oh, your metal arms could be better if you stay with me, though.
Yeah, that's true. This man knows how to upgrade like a motherfucker. Right?
It's gonna be real awkward when we see Shory clones because Coleman's got his fucking arms.
It'd be really awkward when we see just 3 Shories recruiting Smilers. The military.
Man, thought we were gonna stay
We're gonna
with
have
the
hit
thing this
squads
time, damn it.
comprised of. It's gonna be hit squads comprised of Shories, and they're gonna be the most dangerous fucking enemies we fight.
Rory might stay. I might have to make a new character if you guys leave. It'll be fine though, because I'm fine with that. Because I really didn't want to have the character move this time.
You and me, brother.
Yeah, we might. Our characters might stay here.
Sir?
Sir. You go first. You said it first.
I have to
Oh,
finish
yeah.
the fight.
Two people say, "Sir, no, please." You insult him first. I was gonna say, "Oh, okay, this is a problem."
No, you talked first. You gotta go first.
I will have to refuse your invitation.
Disappointing. Do you all feel this way?
I will
Go
accept.
that far.
Well, before we get too hasty, I need
Yeah,
to.
as soon as you hear Kingston go, I accept. Wait. He didn't mean that.
Well, no. I'm just saying, before we reach a final verdict, I need to make things clear.
Group huddle.
No, he's just saying this aloud.
Okay.
I do not understand the idea that we've had to deal with problems created by others. I understand where you can get that notion. What with our oh god, what was the fucking fish village's name? Pescator?
Pescatores.
Piscators, yeah, that's what it was.
Fish Catoris.
Piscators?
It's
Yes,
basically a
Catoris.
name that means fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What with the font in Piscators and the Vicals over near Stillwater. Everything that has seemingly come from other places, as you put it, are things that have also been dealt with by them. We had assistance with the Vical causing undead to prop up everywhere. Yes, we did.
We handled that on ourselves.
What are you talking
No.
about? They were there.
Yeah, they were there, but they didn't help. Like,
We were going to
okay.
meet them
take
when
care
we
of the
accidentally...
actual problem. That was all us.
This is
I mean,
Greg
yeah, but we were
saying
going
he's
to
gonna
literally
agree
meet
to the guy.
them.
I don't need your goddamn back talk right now, you motherfucker. They were there and they helped.
Now he sounds like an officer.
Yeah. Now he grows a spine.
All right, so I need to, just so I follow. Joe, is this your way of Kingston leaving the party, or
mean,
you're
it's-
just following what your character would do?
I'm
Yeah,
following
the-
what my character will do
The
is
party
Okay.
the party can stay together, and Ingram can be written out if you want. We'll see what the fucking divvy is at the end.
Yeah.
No. I'm just making sure that we're all following what our characters would do,
Yeah.
and not
Yeah.
trying to like stay together just for party cohesion or whatever.
Yeah, we're not
I'm
forcing
just,
I mean,
I'm just making sure.
just remember, a person already said yes and one said no, so party cohesion has enough.
So yeah, I mean that's also why I'm saying this. Like the things that we have dealt with, if you've
If
seen
you
our
want,
report,
I'll say this: even if Ingram is the only one to say no, and the rest of the party agrees to, we could still, as a group, say, let's keep Ingram as a character, and we'll make new people to hover around him to play from an outside observer of what's going to happen if the group wants to do that. Like, we
sounds
can go
awful.
any way we want to go here. Okay?
Yeah, I agree. That
If you're
sounds
gonna
awful.
sacrifice anyone, it should be Ingram. He's fucking insufferable.
I'm just saying. I know Ingram is insufferable, but I'm just saying the party can still do whatever the fuck they want to do afterwards.
Sure. But yeah,
So as you're saying,
all the problems that you say are coming from others were also in part, well, we were assisted by them. I doubt this is, of course, perfectly accurate on the macro scale, but it's wrong inherently to think, I would say, that they have to be enemies. This status quo has remained. Arcadia has perhaps been stonewalling us in a conversation, but to raise them to the ground because they won't give up things that were theirs at one point, potentially, or was ours, the lines get murky. Things are forgotten by time. Things are easily switched and viewed to perfectly please whoever needs it to be said. What you've said to me and what I'm going to be doing is honestly terrifying. That the point is that you just want things to be very simple for me, and then I'm gone and free. Things are
Okay.
never easy.
Pedro is sent porn to the stream.
No, it was recast. They never gonna give you up.
Alright.
Unless
My
the QR code's website lied to me, but oh well.
Why would you send a QR code?
Because people will see it, go to it, and then regret it.
Why would you do this? Bro, it's
Sorry,
just a
go on.
fishing site, I swear. If I know anything about the army, it's that everything has been an absolute fucking pain. This sounds far too good to be true. If I'm speaking plainly. That things can be solved so easily with just a war seems wrong. Things should be hard to work at, and raising a population to a ground should not be something that is, well, even really brought up. So I guess you could say that I'm not into this whole deal. I would hope that you all think carefully before you make your choices,
Vergek is
rather
going to
than
say.
just following the military structure.
Vergek is going to say, and that is exactly why I plan on helping reinvent the military. The fact that you think that we need to raise our enemies shows just what you've seen.
I don't
If
think that we...
someone is bullying you, what do you do to the bully? Do you just let them keep hitting
Blow 'em
you
up.
day after day?
Oh, sorry.
Blow him up. That was a very
Yeah.
perfect response.
Blow them up.
Blow 'em
He
up.
actually said that. He like it like rang true to his heart. What do you do to the bully? Blow him up. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to
Kick his
interrupt.
ass. And then
Yeah.
be told you shouldn't do that.
The fucking look on Vergek's like his eyebrows are like raised when you say that. He's like, that was an answer.
He said, "Damn." It was so fast.
Yeah.
Damn. He was like, "Damn, you didn't have nothing else? Nothing? Damn."
Surely you must understand that if this
Who's
could
the
be done
bully in
without
this case?
violence, it would be.
Who's
If we
the
were to
bully in this
engage-
case?
He's like
What is
so
Arcadia doing?
like you see him getting like his hands, which is like he's getting ready to fucking hit you every time you speak when he speaks.
I mean, this guy is just like fucking like everything I say is right, and it's like, no,
I mean, but he
motherfucker,
also
who's the
waits for
bully?
you to finish. He also
Yeah.
finished for you.
Yeah,
to,
but like,
waits for you to
it's-
finish.
God damn it, it's the most like, if a bully is doing this, but like, who?
I mean, as Kira said, Ingram is insufferable, and that's really
Yeah.
what keeps him down.
It's just like,
Yeah.
this has been a conversation.
Vergek goes.
Whatever.
Yeah. Vergek goes. The fact that you think that this needs to be fought as a bloody, enduring war shows that you have not been accustomed to the new way of fighting. You merely need to show that you are willing to fight, and many times the bully will back down. Sometimes the bully will try and fight you, but if you show that you can fight back, they are likely to stop. I'm sure
What if
in
they
your
don't?
years you've been fought. Have you encountered a bully that after beating them in a fight, they continue trying to fight you?
Now, this is only a joke, but then you finish the fight.
Yeah.
Now, is he asking Ingram specifically or all of us?
Well, Kruger's the one that fucking said, but what if they don't? And Vergek's like,
Okay.
have you encountered that person? Have you ever punched somebody as a bully, not a fucking warrior? He's talking about schoolyard shit. He's saying, have you encountered a bully that after you beat him, he tried to fight you some more?
It was me, Dory. No,
Hey,
no,
hey,
no,
question.
And you
question.
could, by all means, you can be contrarian, but remember you are a fucking orc.
No, yeah, that's the thing. Because I do have, I don't know if I wrote it, but I do have in my backstory an interaction with bullies, which was exactly the thing of like, I was younger, but I was stronger. And then I was told, please don't break the other people's bones.
But then
Please
you
don't break
encountered
the
a
other
real
children.
bully, and his name was the Waffle King, and you
Yeah.
fought back. Did he continue to fight back? This is relevant.
You haven't actually beat up the Waffle King, though.
Not yet.
He tried to beat me, technically. I just walked it off.
This
Howard.
is beautiful.
And he kept going, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you walked it off and didn't beat him up.
In
Vergek's going
jail.
to say, the thing about war is that people will wage it so long as that they think they can win, or that they think they can outlast and prove a point, even, as evidenced by some wars where people have become sympathetic to the wrong side. I intend to display why they should finally listen. It'll be a swift strike, hopefully with no casualties. But, if need be, a second surgical one is prepared. Ingram, be aware that you are, by all, within your rights to not agree with what I want. But the path I'm offering gives you absolvance to leave this place. If you don't, I can make it so that the current military structure, after its changes, will still view you as someone that owes them. Now there's a silence. If there
Weird.
remains a silence, I'll go. Is this still how you feel?
Oh no,
I'm
I'm
just
in.
vaguely wondering if you should test this bully theory right now.
No.
No, I'm in.
We can do it later when Kingston is not here to shoot us.
I mean, he has 2 guns ready inside of the code, so.
One sec. Being pulled away right now. Sorry. Very inopportune time.
Kieran's like, I gotta leave so I can think this through. Oh god.
Oh no, it's food.
It's just Ingram.
So
just like,
while
oh, I,
That's reasonable.
while Ingram's rubbing his temples and he's thinking, he'll look at the other people, which I guess at this point is Kruger and Shori.
I've said my opinion already.
Oh, what was it?
I said I declined, and you said the shame.
Oh yeah, you did decline. You
Yeah.
don't change your mind.
No, he keeps despite the arguments, he keeps giving me red flags.
He's scaring me. He's making a lot of good points, but you just can't
That's
can't
the
trust
thing.
someone with that kind of skin condition.
No,
Pedro.
it's the thing. At least to me, someone managed to say good points, but then he just has that one flag, which is like, hold on.
Pedro, the flags might be red, but they're also white and blue, motherfucker.
I'm not an American, so that doesn't that says nothing to me.
My caucus flag is black and yellow, by the way.
Black and
No.
yellow, black and yellow. But yeah,
I
to me,
can-
he keeps raising too many red flags.
I cannot believe we're going to have our national film be the B movie.
Also, despite I did the joke,
Dominique, just
I
shut
can
up.
see this becoming a fucking Russia-Ukraine situation. Like, yes, it's a swift operation. 10 years later. Don't worry, we're almost done with the operation.
Yeah, maybe.
Then we have the second operation.
The fucked part is that Shori honestly agrees.
Do they
Story
get
has-
access to higher labs?
Oh no.
Did I interrupt you, Steven?
No,
Welcome back.
no. He's fine.
Okay, you lost one of the most Greg lines of all time.
I am.
Yeah. Yes, if you would get access to higher level labs.
No, I heard that.
Oh. You said you're back right after, so I thought missed.
Nope.
Takes
What
time
you
to
doing,
write.
Kieran?
I mean,
I asked a fucking question.
You did ask a fucking question, David.
Okay, I guess before Ingram can say his final piece, Rex just interrupts. Can I have higher lab access? And the guy goes, I can see what we can do.
I'm in.
You've already all right.
No one responded, so I assume you didn't fucking care.
Hmm?
Now go on.
Can you just not eat?
All eyes on Ingram.
It doesn't really even fucking matter what I do. I mean, this only vaguely.
Verget
kinda-
goes, in a way, you could view that as right, but it does matter what you do.
Hmm.
One day, and you'll be free. Consider it.
Kieran, it matters to Vergek.
I mean, it matters a lot to you. That day's gonna be, if it's supposed to be just a normal day, it doesn't matter. Besides, 4 out of 5 is good enough, right? I'm basically nothing to the military.
Kruger is saying no.
Oh, 3 out of 5 is still fucking a majority.
You
You got
sure
3
he
fucking
hasn't-
complete instant.
Sure he hasn't said it yet.
Yeah, but come on.
We'll see. Steven can surprise you.
Steven could surprise me, but I don't know about sure.
You know
Could you
he's a
imagine him
jack.
going? Could you imagine him going 4 out of 5? And Kruger was like, "You're saying yes." He's like, "No, I'm saying no." Well, I also said no. All right, 3
That's
out of 5.
crazy.
And then Shori goes, "Hey, I haven't said yes. Are you saying yes?" Yeah, I'm saying yes.
Basically. Shori has too much pride in my caucus to ever want to abandon it. Shori's 19 and this is what he knows. His parents live here, his siblings live here. He couldn't abandon it even if he tried.
Yeah.
He has too much pride in the country.
His arms are here.
Those are just physical things. He can leave his arms behind.
I want to see that conversation from Greg later, where he's like, "Of course I can abandon. They're just physical things, like relationships and love. They can be replaced."
Story in the background, like, oh, oh, yo.
Hold on, let me make my friendship robot.
Later on, I want Pat's like penis to be in danger, and Greg's to be like, "It's replaceable. I've done it before."
Oh,
Oh no.
oh.
Ding, 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 ding.
Sorry, I don't know. I'm laughing because I'm imagining Pat escapes. The monster like rips it off. He's just like, "This is a hot dog," and Pat's like, "100% beef." I've got 7 more in the package.
You just hear a replacement installed already. Oh,
Oh no! You want it with or without mustard?
everything about that is
Terrible, yeah.
I'd be terrified of Greg. I would be like, oh
Yeah, if
no.
that actually happened in game, Greg would be right up there at the top of the threats of the world.
Me just looking at Greg as he did this, like, oh, ding, dee, 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 dee. Ah. Greg.
So if there's still a silence, because I haven't really heard an exact answer from Kieran afterwards, besides 3 out of 5 is good enough. But he hasn't actually, did you say that to him? That's just your musings to us, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's not him. Like, he doesn't know exactly how people lean, so he's not fucking counting it. He's not gonna be like,
so
oh,
since
I'm
you
not
haven't actually
pigeonholing
talked yet, I'm going
it's
to use
more
the
so
silence.
along the lines of like,
I'm going to use the silence of your character there, the
Sure.
official silence. He's going to go, if anything, consider that this one day will save more lives in the long run. You are a doctor. Isn't that what you want? You're worried about the raising of a forest. But consider what good you could do.
well, as a doctor, it's not ethical to choose who dies or who doesn't.
I'm not asking you to choose.
Well, you are. You're just dressing it up nicely.
He shakes his head like he's just disappointed in you, which hurts more than him just yelling at you.
I think Ingram is used to that. I don't think he hurts him.
Yeah, oh no, a military officer's disappointed with me.
He's not a military officer.
Sorry.
A military senator.
Here you go, Kieran.
Yeah, I don't know. One day sounds like a whole lot can happen in 24 hours. Hey, you only had to serve me for one day, but there's no clause about me putting you in jail for the rest of your life.
Are you saying that out loud?
Oh.
Okay, then I'm not going to have him correct you. But he did say you'll be free. That jail kind of is the antithesis of that.
Oh, yeah. I mean...
It can be a free-range jail.
Free of this life, bang, bang.
I mean...
Yeah, that's the thing. Free can have a lot of meanings.
He's very much so not being concise to ask me to be like, ah, yes, be part of this nationalist junta. I was like, no, please. Don't make me make this choice.
I for sure want to make us the fun out of you.
We're turning this junta into a funta.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to get an answer out of me, as someone that's been to these places that need to be taught how it is, I don't very much like the idea of Mycocus being someone that stands up to supposed bullies. I cannot abide by what you're choosing because it sounds insane.
What? Greg is confused.
He's the one that
Cannot abide Mycocus standing up for itself.
That's not it. What
That
fucking
is
things
what
have we
Greg
seen, though?
fucking- that is
I don't
what Greg
understand what he
heard from
means
you.
by other places being fucking bullies.
How would you know if they're bullies or not?
That's exactly what I'm saying. From what I've seen, they've not been bullies. So all I can base it on is what I know. Like, this sounds insane because all of a sudden, like, oh yeah, we were gone for fucking a month and everything has somehow become everyone's shitting all over my caucus. We need to retaliate. The narrative has swayed way out of kilter because we don't know what the fuck's been going on.
Now, I think obviously this may be a little bit meta in my thinking. Maybe not. I do believe the point is that he wants my caucus to stop being so diplomatically reactive. Like, instead of reacting diplomatically to all this, he wants to be, oh hey, you fucked with it. You fucked with my caucus. Now you're gonna get the big fucking stick.
You fuck with my caucus, now you're getting the caucus.
I think that's what he's trying to say, is that, yeah, maybe they've been bullying on diplomatic scale and not like physical fucking skirmishes across the border or fucking whatever, or like tossing their inmates down to my caucus like we're fucking Australia or something. But more of the fact, wow, they keep poking at us. When are we gonna hit them with the big stick? He's going like, now.
I mean, some of what he says makes some regards of sense. Like, he's implying that some of the magical issues, like Vitals and stuff, is because Arcadia is just dumping their problem children outside.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure. Well,
we've only encountered
only-
Vitals near.
Yeah, we've only encountered them over here, so that doesn't
Yeah,
ring true
I
to any
don't
of us.
see how that's an Arcadia
Like,
problem.
The only time we went down anywhere near to Arcadia was fucking Cannonford, and that was for a serial killer.
Yeah, well, it's
Who
clearly...
was magic? I think he's just magic.
He was an
and
alchemist.
He happened to be there. He was not.
He was a chemist, yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
Yes, the serial killer.
I'm getting
And I believe that guy
the
also
I'm
was
getting the
born-
killers mixed up again. My bad.
If Greg wants to make a more solid argument, you could say that if people were dealing with less of these resources, if you're two neighbors and they were actually helpful, you guys wouldn't be putting in so many resources just defending the wall, and you might be able to actually react to what the hobgoblins are doing. Like,
But
you built a
aren't we-
wall to deal with hobgoblins, as opposed to actually invading them, for example. My caucus is in the middle of all these problems. You have divine problems up north. You have all this magic shit to the south. You got the desert, the Hobgoblin Mountains, the fucking Isle of Monsters over there. Vega.
I do
Like,
believe the
my
Isle
caucus
of
is-
Monster. I do believe Vega and his pirates are just going to be a problem no matter what.
Yeah, and
Pirate,
also you can
like-
say Vega and his pirates are directly a fault of my caucus because Vega was a
Yeah.
soldier.
He
But
was
the
a soldier
point
and
is
using
when you look
technology.
at the world map, what's in the smack dab center of everything?
Well, yeah.
I mean, someone
but
had
it
to be in the
seems like
middle. If my caucus conquers everything, they're still in the middle of everything.
It seems like a bad idea if you're in the middle and trying to fucking poke at everyone then.
Well, I think that's why. I mean, currently, aren't we? This is just from our perspective that we've been trying to have more friendly diplomatic and joint military operations with Oryx. Yes.
We
Yeah,
have
you've been trying to do that, yeah.
generally,
And
from
most
what-
of them have been successful, at least the ones that we've seen. So
The-
maybe
the
I'm
ones-
wrong there.
The ones you were on, yes, but that's probably
Yeah.
all the ones you were told about. Whatever squad
Exactly.
went with to some people and said, these clerics are all uppity and they kept trying to make me worship their god and pray to the Phi to the east or whatever. You know, you don't get those reports because they're not your business.
Exactly. So,
Exactly.
like that's why we can only base things off of what we know, and everything that Ingram's saying is just like, yeah, that seems like poor circumstance, but also we've been fucking helped by people. Like,
Yeah, and
when we
he's
went
saying
all the
you
way up
guys
into Vahamana,
also consider that he did say you guys, by the reports, are the best people. Consider all the problems other people have been dealing with.
yeah, crazy how the best people also got along most with the other fucking people. It's almost like there's a delineation there.
And you don't need
That
war, you need
doesn't
to actually
always
tell
work
people how to
out,
talk with
though.
others.
It doesn't always work out, but like fucking any
You're
attempt to be made.
you're definitely trying to add some correlation to causation there. Which is not
dude.
true.
Do you not remember when you said that the Zawax boys could take the Vikel, and your superior was upset about that?
I didn't say they could
That was
that he
me.
could take that. That was Joe who gave them leave to do that.
Just the party. I'm just saying, like, you guys have actually extended the olive branch in some ways. Like, not only were they helpful to you, kind of, but your reputation also was you were beneficial. Like, the fact that you gave them the Vikel, one of them's just like, you have a problem, we'll sort it out. Do you think that if you were like, hey, you know what, fuck you guys, you didn't help, we're the ones that took on that necromancy squad, we're the ones that fought the Vikel, do you think they would have been so gung-ho to be like, oh, you have a ghost problem? We can fix that.
Well, yes, that's past good deeds fucking coming back to help you.
No,
It's also
I'm
looking
just,
like if
I'm
you're
not
addicted to
saying that's a
someone,
bad thing. I'm just explaining that you have had better diplomatic relations than others probably have had.
Yeah, but many things also stem from like what's the standpoint when both groups met. Because if the Mike Caucus group met in the sense of like these guys are bitches and acted like that, of course things will go sour.
I think what I think is my character said, "You are going to war with Arcadia," and he's like, "It's about time."
About time.
Yeah, you're a war fanatic.
He's not a war fanatic, but he does hate a lot of what magic has done in his life. What do you, Ingram? Are you putting a firm no? Are you being swayed?
How firm is your no?
How firm? Ingram's fucking like, well, you guys I've made my choice. I believe the rest of them can make theirs. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Where are you going?
He's gonna fucking leave. He's gonna start walking towards the
Hey,
stairs.
where are you fucking going?
All right. He goes up the stairs. He's not going to stop you.
Akro's just looking between the two sides like the two is like, I'm technically taking east stand, but I'm still
Hold
on
on.
protocol. So
Wait. Now, he hasn't given any word or anything to stop you or anything, but I'm actually curious if Shori wants to be like, I'll stop them to prove my loyalty to this guy. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, if you want to start muscling,
Use
this
your
would be the
words
funniest
carefully,
time.
because I can fucking hear them.
I'm like, hey, yo, hold on. This man can still hear me. What you mean? I ain't fucking with nobody right here. What you? Hey, don't get me in trouble. I didn't
That's
do
what I'm
nothing.
saying. Just choose your words carefully, because I can fucking hear them.
He can hear your muscles twitching. If you
I
I
don't
can
like
hear
around,
those
you'll
servos firing, motherfucker.
Doesn't matter, you can hear the muscles, you're still not stopping Terry Crews. Give him the fucking missile, Steven.
I may not be able to stop him, but I sure as shit can outrun him.
Break
That's a
his neck,
fact.
Steven.
Man, I'm gonna leave this alone.
Alright, he walks
Also,
down
unless
the
some-
stairs. 10 stories is a while, so what are you guys doing?
I mean, unless the guy says anything like a couple of seconds, I think Crow will probably also go. But he's more indecisive whether he said no, but he's not sure if he should still stay until he's dismissed or if he should also go, like Ingram did.
As Krogar is leaving, Kingston will just, his head will rotate towards the stairs and he'll say, "It's been a pleasure."
I fucking see how it is.
I guess I would look back and say, I guess I would look back and say, I hope the choice you did was the right one for you.
I
Because
hope
that's all
so
that
as
matters in
well.
the end.
That's all I can hope. It all.
No hard feelings as I go back to walking.
Yeah. Look forward at Viker.
Viker. His name is blending together. You're like, oh my god, you are a Vikel. They're Gick.
Yeah, Vergik. My bad.
Pedro is typing.
Yeah,
Pedro
it's after
starts
all of
running
that,
up
he
to
just
catch.
starts.
Okay.
In case our party gets wiped, we just start from these two.
That would be a wild thing, like 20 sessions later, party wipe, just go to whoever the fuck these two schmucks are.
Have fun without the healer.
Make a new one.
No, I
Okay.
was about to say, I'll imagine that, and then like next session, Kieran, what's your character? Oh, he's a healer.
So depending on what
Hey, look.
happens, we could do the most fucked up thing. See you later, dog.
It's Bingram.
It's Ingram's mother.
Is the Karen even? Where did he pull the carrot from?
Yeah, that's what's up,
Probably
Doc.
the mother that was the elf.
What the fuck?
You bitch.
Vergit goes. So you all wish to see a stronger Mycocus.
A nod.
I guess.
Let me just ensure your loyalty and that this isn't some kind of ploy by my old friend, not a Nazi. As you know, I was aware of your midnight collaboration, but one can never be too careful. And he'll just go over to a phone and pick it up, and he's just going to say, like, he's not hiding it. He just says, could one of you men please procure me the doctor's finger?
Huh?
He's not talking to you, but he's talking loud enough that he's not hiding that he's talking to somebody to say, go get me Ingram's fingy.
Thank God I ran up to him.
Bro, can I hear that?
Give me a
Go
perception,
get
why
his
not?
fingy. Go get his fingy.
Fucking Darth Sidious is like, the fingy is the most powerful of all.
Hey, this really matters for my character. I'm going to use Inspire. No, I'm not
Shut
going
up.
to use Inspire.
No.
The fingy is important.
Is there a +4 for traps? Because this sounds like a trap.
Yeah, what the hell? Let me test your loyalty by killing someone else.
He's not killing you, he's just asking for your finger.
Oh, sure.
That's not necessarily better, you know.
I'm so fragile, though.
Vergit turns to Shori if you're saying there's no need. How is this a loyalty test? And he goes, well, the doctor contains some outright genius that would be such a shame to lose. It set us back decades, arguably, and he's free to continue living his life. Now, I'm going to ask a finger from all of you as well, but the difference is that, well, you'll get it back. Except in Shori's case, I think a toe might have to be taken. You don't have any cybernetics there, do you?
I believe you might want to procure a finger from his actual arms. Toe is fairly important.
I can go get
combat.
those.
Toe is a focal point for movement and running. It's not very.
And he raises
Good.
a hand to you and he goes, like I said, we can replace yours with flesh. I'm not talking about a cybernetic change. I'm talking about regrowing what we take.
Let me see.
Now, in my studies of magic to try and better understand our neighbors, I've discovered a most peculiar creature that, with a simple taste of any other creature native to our world, it can replicate an entire person, an entire monster, dozens of times. If it were to take a chunk of flesh from a troll, it can make that same exact troll again. And while it had this troll cloned from its own DNA, because in all of my studies and all reports that I've found, it's not a magical clone. It is taken from the very essence and spools of our constructs and reconstructed it. And most interestingly, it can just keep doing this. Now, we've come across a few problems. If it were to replicate a soldier too many times, it stops looking like a human and more like, well, let's just say we're going to just make a few extra copies of you. Ones that will be loyal to you, even. You're going to stick around and... Well, what was it that Not a Nazi called himself? A supervisor? Your officer? You'll be like that. And of course, if you feel the need to lead yourself, that is completely within your choice to do so. But if this were to work, I don't want just dead clones everywhere. This is why a doctor is needed. And there's no better doctor in the military that I can think of than Ingram. And it's a real shame that he feels like he has to be like this. There's no understandable, like you're going out to the, like as he's going off on a spiel, there's no understandable, what's the word I was going to say before I was trying to say, like by the time he's doing all this, Ingram should be going to a crowd of people that are like getting immediately ready to get in your way. There's a Kruger there, if we can have a combat thing if you want, or just do that chasing. Like, I'm sure Kruger can overpower some dudes, right?
Supposedly, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, the Vergark's going like, it's a shame that he like there's he goes, there's no understandable way that he's just going to go back to the Nox and then try and quit normally. I think he's going to try and run away. So for what's in everyone's best interest, a angry man that's going to run away and potentially join the enemy side, he's still welcome to do that. But as it stands now, I believe the military believes that they own a part of him, and I'm asking for such a small piece. I'll see what you guys say to that. If you want to do anything and jump out the fucking 10-story building and help Kruger or whatever, but this is the ultimate loyalty test thing to see where we go from here. Because if what you think Vergex said actually is fair, then yeah. Vergex also played out a fucking fair hand, by the way. Like, he's explained what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I accepted this would be the part where I would jump the building.
My character.
Don't worry, you have left with integrity.
Yeah, my character literally just is calculating some things in his head before making a decision.
In your head, more Ingrams. I don't want that.
No, my character specifically in his head is like,
there's a weird moral quandary about like making clones of yourself.
No, I know, but what my character is thinking, David, is like, he's more thinking of the thing is like, I have seen what magic can do. This might be the only way. Because one fireball can kill tens of us.
I mean, so does a grenade. We've seen Greg do that with Undead.
You know that's not the same, Pedro. It's half as effective.
A grenade doesn't need years of learning. magic to do. Just need to check it.
Yeah, but then there's the people that are summoning meteors.
Missiles.
Yeah,
That's good, actually.
the meteor summoner. You fool.
There is
Yeah, that's
something
when you
very
pull the Iron
threatening
Giant.
about. There is something very threatening about if Vergek actually gets his plan. If you guys actually go through it completely, think about how terrifying Mycocus becomes, where there are just dozens of squads of yous.
That's right, baby.
Like, do you know how scary it would be just to have like 15 fucking Kasatha loaded up with guns and all the knowledge as how to like all of Takeshi, like all of Kingston's skill sets. Yeah, I was gonna say Takeshi. Yeah, you know this monster, by the way, is if it did bite Takeshi's finger, it could make a Takeshi. Like it knows all the spells Takeshi knows when it bites it and everything. It's a fucking terrifying monster.
God damn that.
Let's not use this thing a lot.
Yeah, no,
It's a
the
re-
insinuation of there being like 15 fucking Ingrams just waiting in the back lines of a fucking like
I mean,
full-scale
as long as
battle
the
sounds
person-
awful.
as
a
long
real
as the
monster.
person does, as
a
long as the
real
person
monster,
doesn't
by the
straight
way.
up die, Ingram can keep an army going for in a fight, right? Recycling soldiers.
It's crazy that they decided to make the no mouth model.
Yeah, pretty much.
Also, I'm not just
Gonna
imagining like
actually
they
be like
basically
the
found out how
Deadpool from the shitty Wolverine movie.
these guys just need to find one Captain America, and then they can just make 10 of them.
Yeah, that's kind of the
It's
thing.
us.
It's a really interesting monster because it is when he said it's not magic, the way they checked out on everything. It does specifically state things made by this monster are exactly the same except for two things. I'm not going to explain it, but
Is that
they are
that's
not
an actual
magical.
monster?
It's a real monster. I'm just saying.
Huh.
It's just they are not magical. Meaning, if you guys, if you were in like a regular campaign and you were sent to go kill this thing, and you died to it, I could send a clone of your party from your wearing your corpse's stuff back to the village and have the clones go, we killed that thing, and leave.
That
How fucking
that could be
terrifying.
really interesting in the sense of like assuming someone survives and can revive the others. In the sense of like later on, just the thing of like, hey, apparently you guys did this. Like, no, we're on the other side of the continent. Well, we have witnesses, and then it's just the entire thing of you finding your, I guess, dark version of your party.
There's an adventure path with one of these that was really interesting, where like a wizard was locked inside of like a dungeon, like he was like imprisoned in it from other wizards for studying forbidden magic, and he had smuggled in a baby version of this monster into the dungeon. And like when he found rats and stuff, he would feed it to the monster so it could make more rats for them to eat together. And as it grew older and knew him as father, the father spoke of the outside and everything. And one day when the wizard died, it ate the wizard's corpse and then made a copy of him as in his younger self. So when the party enters the dungeon, they find this weird like fucking giant monster. I'm not going to explain it too much because I don't want to. This is part of this campaign here. This monster, but they find it and they find a naked wizard like lounging on top of it, and the monster speaks of it as his father's son.
Hey, yeah, I
Father
guess.
son.
Because it views the wizard as his father, but he also made the son here. It's just one of those like really depraved, like, wow, whoever came up with this is fucked. It's great.
Yeah, it's fucked, but it's very interesting.
It is interesting because I like the idea that you don't have to fight them, because what the monster truly craves is the freedom and the world that his father's son describes. So you could choose to help it. But really, would you try and free something like that into the world? That's a terrifying monster.
Depending on the character, I could see someone being the sense of like, I'll try and stop you from duplicating people, and then you can leave. As the middle ground, but yeah.
How do you stop it from duplicating people? That's like going, oh man, you trolls regenerate. Let me burn some stumps onto you.
To be fair, depending how it works, it can be possible. It can be like the Shenmue's like, if you cut the specific part of the brain, that function stops working.
We're talking like brain surgery on a monster. Shut up.
Yeah.
Totally possible.
I'm not saying it would be easy. I'm just saying there is an option. People have Ingram can do that.
No, the real thing
Ingram can do these things.
Yeah, the argument you'd be doing is before we release you, let me use some wish spells on you.
I don't
I mean,
see the
it
problem.
depends on a lot of things, but there's the thing. Some characters could think like that and attempt it.
Sure,
Others,
but
yeah, would just kill it on sight. It depends, but it
yeah,
is a dilemma in a way.
but yeah, what are you guys doing about like? Do you want to go to the windows and watch Krugar and Ingram like fight through the crowd of soldiers, or did you want to immediately go? You know what? When you explain it like that, your plans are really fun. I'm just asking. You can do whatever you want to do. With the silence, I assume people are just taking their stances.
Well, Kingston would turn to the window and he would approach the window to observe.
Pedro said be back in a minute, so I can't say for sure what's happening, but we were talking about like one orc and a twink against like crowd of soldiers.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure you'll at least get one.
Sure, it'll
pound
be
of-
even more fun if you never say that.
Huh?
One orc and a twink. Shut up.
a bear and a twink.
Yeah, we have Tina T Rex from what's that show? The Amazing World of Gumball. We have Tina T Rex and we have Terry entering this crowd. We're trying to have him not lose a paper finger. Steven, did you see that video I sent you?
Oh, which one?
The one of Terry?
I don't think I did. When did you send it?
Shortly after you blocked me. You put yourself on Do Not Disturb.
Oh, dude, I was trying to go to bed. I was so tired.
Welcome back, Pedro. So, what does Shorty and Grack do?
Yeah, a crowd of soldiers are blocking your exit.
It's worrisome.
One of the soldiers is going to start approaching you going, come along, Doc, we just need to do one thing.
You
Do
see
what?
that? That's exactly the worrisome thing I was thinking.
He wants out of the military, so we're just going to do the right paperwork and not have him run out of town.
Uh-huh.
Me with my non-sense motive will look to the person that can see lies on a cardboard box.
Ingram's just gonna hand you like 2 vials. Here you go. Take these.
Oh,
When you
fuck, why would you tell me to look at this
when
now?
you pull out vials, they're going to all pull out their guns.
Oh, come on now.
Pedro, your weakness to genetics.
Don't act like they don't know what a fucking vial looks like and what you are. You're an alchemist.
Yeah, I know.
As soon as you-
Vials.
You still
As soon
gonna
as you
say,
pull
oh,
a
come
vial.
on now.
What are the vials?
I mean, they're extracts. He
No,
can't
I
exactly
know, but-
say what they're...
Oh, so I guess I need to take one at chance
Yeah.
and see what happens.
the
Yeah,
soldier,
he's just holding them out.
the soldier goes, if you drink them or look like you're gonna throw them, we're gonna fill you full of holes. We know what you are, Doc.
That's alright, I'm not gonna drink or throw either of them.
Oh.
He's just holding them out to Krugar.
Oh.
Wait.
No.
I'll grab them.
Thank you.
Bang.
I'm real tempted because these people aren't really good.
You know what? Cooperate.
Yeah, Pat, it's exactly that meme. Pat, just go ahead and post the meme. They did give them a warning.
I was sure you're reacting to all of this, Steven.
Yeah, how's
We're
Shory
not even out of the
reacting?
building, are we?
How's Shory reacting where he looks down and he sees them standing there, they pull out guns, and then they start firing at them?
Where is it? Hold on.
Still seeing if you're gonna jump and do the Iron Man landing.
What's your touch, you two? What's really great is I think some of these guns are going to fucking explode.
12.
Well, yeah, same.
Why would they explode, David?
Because I fired a bunch of guns, some of them are going to crit fail and confirm. Just regular gun breaking things. It's not like they explode like magic explode. They explode because as they fired, the casing was wrong, and then they fired another thing, and the bullet hits the back end of one bullet, and that causes a small explosion in the barrel, which, hurts.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that hurting. Just a tiny bit. Just hurts a tiny bit.
Just a little bit, guys. It's just a little.
Ow!
It's just a little owie.
Ow! Ooey, owie, ooh.
Come on. Saying jump to that page. Just wanted to make sure it's a ×4. Wow, guns hurt.
Yeah, baby.
Do you have any DR or anything, you two?
Not yet, even if I rage. I'm 1 level short.
Oh, no.
He's pounding on the window, but he's not leaving.
Yeah, was this like the sad thing where you see something bad happening and you're like, I know they're the ones doing this to themselves?
Doing this to themselves.
Just don't fight, please.
Bullets start fucking firing at Krugar. Are you still alive, Krugar? Because the sheer fact that you took 27 damage and still standing there.
I have 100 HP. You took...
Yeah.
You took like a quarter, basically.
Yeah, the fact that that's happening to Krugar and he's still alive should be all the reason to explain. Not even bloody, that should be all the reason to explain why they wanted you in the fucking cloning program. This is the damage to you, Ingram.
Okay.
So they start opening fire and bullets are flying into you guys, but you're well-trained soldiers. You're the best, as the guy explained. So you immediately are able to either react in some way so that that 17 damage isn't just you being filled with 3 bullets in fucking vital spots. Maybe Krugar. Krugar's a big boy. He got crit even. One of those bullets goes right in his liver, and he's like, "Ha! You think that hurts? I drank that one to death already."
As part of his reactions, Ingram's gonna pull out another fucking vial that looks exactly like one of the ones that he gave to Kruger, and he's like, "You're gonna want to drink this one first," as he hits himself with it. And goes invisible.
But yeah, I guess I'll drink. Yeah, but I basically I'll drink the things Ingram gave me. That would be
You
my...
can only do one at a time, so
yeah.
you either
Never
choose
told
to
me
go.
which one is which, so...
Well, he said you're gonna want to do this one first before drinking one that looks familiar.
Then yeah, I'll start with the one you said first.
Now you guys are going to reach the problem that you're surrounded and now you can see each other.
That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I won't be invisible for long, as you'll just see like a... in the middle of a crowd, there's a weird hole shaped like an arc. Or at least half of it. But yeah, I assume the one you told me to drink is also invisibility, or is something else?
It's invisibility.
Okay, So you guys were here. There's a crowd of people like this that fired at you. You're invisible now.
Yeah.
What's your goal? I suppose they get to act first, so they'll start moving in. Or you can move still, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing I was going to do. Because the plan is supposedly to go outside, because inside
are there other rooms, or are there
There's an elevator, and there's the whole staff thing over here. So there's a room here that you could, but they'd see that door open. There's the elevator. There's the fucking stairs that people took. There's another exit to the building, but honestly, do you think that's not going to have guards around it?
On the way down the stairs, did the stairwell have windows in it?
Yes.
Then I guess Ingram's gonna start walking towards the stairwell. And if there's a door, he'd be opening it to show this is where I am. To
I guess,
Krugar,
yeah.
more so than anything. He'd kind of like
He's-
move the door a bit.
If he sees signs of Ingram, yeah, he's going to move to that direction. And I guess trying to guess where Ingram is so he can stand between Ingram and the soldiers. It's a guessing game, but he'll try to guess it.
Did
And
you
I
want
guess
to?
pull out his big weapon.
Did you just want to
Oh,
draw
yeah,
little
I'll hit
X's
stealth,
then
by the
to
way.
show me where in this room you guys would be?
I mean,
Yes.
sure. If that's what
Do
you.
yours, because mine's behind you.
Because technically, he pulled an item out, threw it at you, had his own. Can you still move, Ingram?
I mean, if all of that happened on the same round, I couldn't have done half of that on the same round. I could technically, well, I could have pulled both things out because it would have just been a move action and a swift because I'd have one in the fucking the sheaths.
Well, technically, mechanically, it would be they were threatening and initiative didn't start, but once they fired at you, initiative would start
Yeah.
and you would roll. But
Well, yeah, they
Just
fired
assuming-
after I handed the thing over.
yeah,
so,
no,
yeah.
they handed those things, but then you pulled out new things.
Yeah,
So assuming you
I
went
didn't
first
pull out
because
two. I
there's
only pulled one, so that would have been.
because there's no reason to roll a whole initiative tracker for something that you guys are trying to escape from. I'll just let you guys go first. Not a big deal.
I don't know.
So we start off with what you can do in a turn. You pull out one thing, you drink it, and you become invisible. Can you pull out the thing for Krugar as well,
I
or is
already
that
had
that?
mines. He pulled
Well,
one for
I already
himself.
gave him his because I
Oh,
gave
he
him his
already-
as
okay,
part
you
of
are-
it.
He just told
I
me
see
which
what you're
one I
saying.
should drink.
Sorry,
They
I
shot me
understand.
after I gave mine to Krugar.
All right.
He just basically said, drink the one equal to mine.
Yeah, he pulled out one that looked like one of the ones he gave
Sorry,
Krugar
I thought
and drank that.
I thought you said you pulled out two more, drank one, and threw
No.
it at him. It's like I also drink this.
No.
Okay.
He was like, these are the two that I'm giving you, and then he pulls out one that looks just like one of the ones he gave him. He's like, you're going to want to drink this one first.
I see what you mean. Okay, I thought you were. I thought you were saying you pulled out two and like tossed him another one.
No.
All right. So, could you move after drinking, like pulling it out and drinking?
It's technically a standard action, I believe.
Yeah, it's
Still.
all standard action to
Is
cast
he
an extract.
Yeah.
Like pulling, I'm pretty sure it's just like pulling materials for like a spell, right?
I mean, the
Okay.
problem is you're giving it
Yes,
to someone.
you're-
Yeah, he gave
Yeah,
it
but I
the
gave it to him
previous turn.
first.
So
When
he
I was
gave
getting shot.
Giving
as
was
a
the
move
first turn,
action.
drinking was the
He
second one.
gave an extract to someone.
Yeah, that was like
That was
prior to the
before
initiative.
the initiative.
Okay, this is basically second. Think of this first turn. He gave
How
it
The
to
dare you
surprise
not
round
roll for
was
surprise?
The surprise round was I gave him things and they shot me for 17 damage. It's
Hey,
pretty
hey.
equivalent.
I will not have you besmirching surprise rounds. Both sides were aware of each other. How dare you assume it was a surprise round?
Because I only got one move action.
Too bad.
And they all shot me.
But yeah, it is the thing that one turn was him giving the things, the other turn was him drinking his own things.
Yeah. So it would have been a standard action for me to drink my own, and then I move action over to the thing. I don't think I can open the door, but what I'm doing is I'm making signs clear to to Krugar that like, hey, I'm over here.
You're jostling the handle.
Yeah, I'm like basically. Oh, well, that looks like shit because it's on the water.
So yeah, so I'll be, I guess, somewhere like. That's a bad axe.
That's not much better. So
Okay, so
Yeah,
Krugar
it's
becomes
time bigger than
invisible
you,
and,
makes sense.
moves slightly as well. Okay.
yeah,
I guess probably a bit more. Yeah, but I accidentally made that expert, but yeah, basically there.
The problem
Hey.
is career moving is about as loud as a hippopotamus.
yeah, that's sure. That's fair.
For the
The
guards,
point of
move
the
up.
invisibility was for the mischance, not the we're sneaky now.
Four other guards move in, like preparing to block the entrance for you guys, and two of them move in and use their standard action to activate goggles. And they start aiming at you, but it's not like they can fire at you as well. Like they moved and then they used another action to activate their fucking heat vision, so they can't actually shoot you mechanically. But it's like they're pointing at where you are.
God, I love mechanics.
I mean, if they think they know where he is, if they pinpointed his square, they could shoot with a
Not as a standard.
Yeah, they use the
Or
stunt
not when
action
they
to like
already
move it
spent
off.
their standard, I should say.
I was about to say, what do you mean not as a standard?
Like
Not after they spent their standard.
thematically, it looks like this, where the people pile in. Some people start standing at the thing, so if you were to try past, they would feel you and be able to stop you. They don't try and block the other
Sure.
doors because they're assuming you're not going to try and run up and jump out a window. It's just not going through their mind. If you went at the other door, there'd be people there, obviously,
I like that.
since
They
no
will not
one's
jump
going
out
to
of a
stop
window.
it. And then
Krugard
two
normally
people
can
shut up,
survive jumping
and
off a
then
window.
shut up, and then two people
Yeah.
run in, and then they activate their goggles, look around, see you, and start putting their guns out as you are already opening the door and running through and everything. Like as a movie, like they'd be
Yeah.
aiming at you as you're already running through the door.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So you guys are going to open the door and run, I assume.
Yeah, I think it's a move action to open fucking doors, so I'm gonna open the door and then double move to move up the stairs. And then once we're like, because we're gonna be in the room before they can get in here, so I guess since there's a commotion happening, what I'm gonna say, like in a more, I guess, hushed tone, as Krugar presumably follows me up the stairs, and say, the other ones fly. I would recommend going somewhere safe. It's gonna be very hard for us to coordinate when we're in the air.
All right. Vergek in his like in the top apartment thing, as you guys are trying to find a window to like blast through.
I guess by the way, just
his
because of
phone
the
rings.
actions are, just say, yeah, I'm going to drink, fly, and then move normally.
His phone will ring and he'll pick it up and he'll just go, understood, and he'll like hang it up. You guys that are up there in the suite, are you just watching out the window, seeing like people like moving around the building, surrounding it, and aiming like guns at it, and no part in particular, like they're waiting for you to open a window, kind of? They're just looking for you through the sniper lenses, most likely. They're trying to figure out where you are. But yeah, what are you three doing?
I mean, I'm mostly observing this. In Kingston's head, he's more thinking. He's more thinking that they won't be able to catch them, but that might be for the better.
This is the only confidence that that Kingsman has in anger.
Vergek is going to, if you guys are just kind of looking sullen, I guess, I'm assuming, you're just kind of, like, how would you guys say that you look, like, sitting around his nice studio loft?
You already know what Shory's doing.
My character just looks unsurprised. Like, he's not surprised by, like, them being able to run away and, like, soldiers just failing at catching them.
Yeah, we're all really good at running away.
So what is Shory doing? Because I could imagine many ways that you're just doing this. You could be going like, yeah, that's my boys, versus Jesus Christ,
My
why are
boy.
you still running away?
These are my Bubba boys.
I might as well confirm exactly what you're doing here, Shory.
Gotcha. He's what's the fuck thing? It's just essentially he looks very, what's the word I'm looking for? Conflicted. Because he is happy that they're getting away, but he just knows that it's making it worse.
Okay. Since the people aren't like, wailing about this, I guess, and you're just looking sad, Verkik is going to go. Your friends are inside the building for the time being. There are no other occupants. I had the area cleared of any civilians in case one of you decided to try and level the building with me in it. Less casualties, but better.
Looks at Greg.
Yeah, like when you say what, but you say what, but everybody looked at Greg.
Like,
Even
I
us that
have
are running
never
just have the
once
tingling.
employed such destructive power.
I'd want to.
I'm not going to.
And I have always been. It has always been talked down about.
I'm not going to tell you to go grab your friends, but I will ask you if you could consider that their lives will be easier without being deemed as rebels of the state, traitors, like what they're trying to do now. Just let Ingram pay his debt.
They are invisible, for what I saw, and knowing Ingram, they're probably flying or something of the such. So, nothing I can do about. I use pistols.
I
I've
haven't
always,
figured out my gizmo yet.
yes, this is the thing. We did not equip ourselves to fight each other. You had your men do that.
If Greg tries to stop me, I will kill him. Pat, use this as your means to get back at Krugar for him saying that. Teach Pedro a
Well-
lesson. Everybody talks about killing your character, Pat. Teach them why they shouldn't be making that threat anymore.
This is
well,
you're getting
look,
GM sanctioned PvP.
This
Look,
is
I
your only
haven't
time to do
figured out
sanctioned
my
PvP.
detection gizmos yet, so
If Kurogata could hear you, you'd be
This is your best
disappointed,
chance.
but understand that, yeah, it's to be expected. Filthy rat.
What the fuck?
This is your best chance for sanctioned PvP, and you're not gonna take it.
If,
He wants to
if
keep
the
the
kid was
character.
dying and
Yeah.
you wouldn't let him say it, you're
Let's be honest.
sick.
Let's be honest,
Vergit
I would
goes.
kill him.
Vergit goes. If I supplied you with the means, would you make the chance to try and bring them in?
You
yeah.
you have rubber bullets?
No, those hurt the most.
Yeah. He goes, "You're the best. I trust in your ability to strike them down non-lethally." And he goes to pick up the phone. And he goes, "Could you send 3 snipers up top?" So while you guys are running through the building trying to find a suitable window to open, what are you
Open.
thinking of doing here, you two? Like you're running through the stairs, you see 2 people with like heat vision run up, and they're like, "There they are!" And you keep running up. Like, what's going on?
I guess here's the question. Is it the type of stairs that there's a place in the middle I could technically just fly all the way up, or is it actual just walls everywhere?
It's like college stairs, where kind of there's a way you could fly straight up, but it's not comfortable.
He's
You'd
too
be-
big.
Yeah, you're too big. You'd more like you could mechanically,
Ingram probably
but
could.
if you were to actually do this, your shoulder would be like hitting the fucking underside of the staircase every time. You know what I mean?
This is where it's okay to be a beanpole, okay? I could do this just fine.
Like
I guess the first thing.
like
I
here,
guess I'll
Pedro,
activate my armor.
look above the little hotel I drew. If you were to fly up, assuming this is just a straight path up the stairs, you would have to do like this.
Yeah.
Okay, so like you could fly up, but you're not doing any like cool Superman shit. You're making like 90-degree turns a bunch mechanically.
Gotcha.
Again, in real life, if you were to fly up, you could just do kind of like Swift's little like, but it's mechanically it's not friendly.
Well, he was
Mechanic-
asking if it was like one of those
mechanically, it's not
staircases
friendly.
where it's like-
It's mechanically not
stair-
friendly. He can
Yeah.
fly up though.
Yeah. Well, flying would technically be more mechanically friendly because you'd be faster.
Yeah.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm activating my armor, and yeah, I guess I'll try and fly just because it is faster. I don't have my skates. So it
Yeah.
would just be the thing of flying and just trying to find the door I could, if not open, forcefully open. Yes, actually, forcefully opening a door, does it break invisibility?
If you
No,
don't make an attack.
only actual direct damaging, direct attacks will brew it.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I'll just try and I'll just try and find the door and hope that it has either a window or something
Actions
I can break.
directed at unattended objects do not break the spell.
Oh, then
Okay.
yeah, if need be, I can start breaking walls. But I'll start with the door, and hopefully find a window.
If you go to a door, you mean like you're gonna start running through the 6th floor? Is that what you mean?
I guess first, just before I continue, because I just remembered, because I took the stairs. During the entire trip up, did I see any window on the stairs itself?
Sure. Yes.
That's what I asked earlier.
Oh, I thought it was some. Then yeah, I guess I'll just try to go to one of the windows I saw.
When you open the window, oh Jesus. Okay. When you open the window, Pedro, you take
Do we need to miss chance?
44 damage from a sniper shot.
Damn.
So I
44?
assume you, if you'd like, you can still fly out the window, I suppose. But I feel like getting shot that hard kind of promotes not going out that window. I'd like to point out, I'm not just bullying you. In case you killed him here, he had lots of people ready to avenge him.
Yeah, I guess I'll cancel that window plan and just try and find something less obvious.
Yeah, like going through like the 6th floor is actually a more decent idea, I suppose, because there's all those rooms that are locked, mind you. But it's not like you can't just break them through. But point is, like, if you just ran through someone's abandoned room, it's harder for them to pinpoint where you are, because snipers are probably trained on the staircase windows because they said they ran up the staircase.
I mean, yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. I was just going to look for a door to break in.
There are
Also,
those
assuming
really
I have
big.
time, I want to drink some potions to heal myself.
Yes, you can drink some potions. You can just drink some. Hold on. You can drink some potions. The doors to the, like, again, I'm just saying the 6th floor. If you wanted to do a different floor, tell me. But I'm just kind of assuming as you run up, you think, well, this is a weird, nice, odd number to go through.
Yeah, it will probably be something that is close enough so I don't have to fly for too long. But yeah, also just something more.
Yeah, and it's not so close that Shori could punch through the floor and find you.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to say the doorways to the actual, like, floor hallways are not locked. But I'm going to assume, even if this might not be true of people, that if they were told, abandon this building in case these dangerous individuals I talk to destroy the building with me in it, that they would go, well, I'm just going to lock my room because you never know. You know?
Well, that's fair. It's either I'm going to lock my room because you never know, or, well, fuck it, I don't give a shit anymore. I'm just leaving it unlocked.
Because I know there are people who really would just go, I'm just going to leave my room unlocked. I live in a nice building. There's no way it's going to be robbed while there's 100 military people around it. But
nobody
if I would do that. I would lock my fucking nice apartment complex, wouldn't you?
I mean, depends if I intend on coming back or not.
I mean, it's not like they said it's going to blow up. It's the leave
for your safety. If they said it had a possibility to blow up, I'd just say, well, fuck it. There's no point.
I mean, I guess that would be the point where I take everything off value.
Then as Kieran, as an independent, like, questionnaire on this, if you want to run through and try and find a room that's not locked, you'll find...
Oh, I'm not even going to rooms. That's why I don't care either way.
I know, but if that's what you're doing. So what are you doing in this, then, Ingram? Since Krugar is, like, opening the thing, and then we'll cut back to the party. But we haven't actually gone through what you're doing.
I'm going to go to a different floor to him, and this is actually helpful that I'm level 8 now. On one of the rounds, I'll take a full round action, shoot out, like, windows on opposite sides of the building.
Oh, just to make the snipers go crazy?
Yeah, I'm trying to make...
No, that's...
Well, I guess no.
That's great. No, that's great. I will make all the snipers distracted as they're fucking... When you start doing that, you start seeing bullets flying into the building, and that should be your cue that they don't have heat vision. They're just looking with their keen sight for any discrepancies, and they start going wild in the window.
Yeah. So what he does is, the first round, he'll just shoot, like, one on each side, and then he'll start running towards one of them, and fucking shoot on the opposite side a different window, and on the third round, it'll be, like, fucking...
Bullets start flying into the stairwell, and the people that were running up, like, stop, and they start, like, yelling to the walkie-talkie, like, cease fire, you mad bastards!
Cease fire, that was my
When I hear that happen, I'm gonna start jumping out of a fucking window. Like, when people call, or I'm gonna jump out of one of the ones that I broke specifically when they say ceasefire.
All right. Well, before you can go through that, because it's still like a move action and
Yeah,
everything.
I mean,
I'm imagining some
this
time
would be a
passed.
multiple round thing.
For sure. That's what I'm saying. Because I'm like, you're not shooting out one window and doing it. That's what I'm saying. Before you jump out the window, the party sees 3 snipers enter into the building, and they go, "Yes, Senator Vergek." And he goes, "If you could hand your equipment to these fellows here," and they'll go, "Sir." He goes, "I assure you, they are masters of their craft." What do you guys want to do? Do you just want to take the goggles and like stuff from the confused snipers? Like as one's taking off his like fucking like helmet, you're like, no, you can keep that. Or do you just want to be like, oh, cool, you're giving me your cloak too? I'll take that. Yes.
I'm just at the Vergex, like, even if I take one of them down, can you at least give me word that they can be recovered?
What are you asking about your friends?
Yes.
He goes, I believe Krugar and Ingram perhaps should be tried, but there's no need for a death penalty. I think a few days in jail and some visits from you, and maybe they'll be thinking clearer. But we could even say that the finger is all the chopping off we have to do. If you look concerned, Vergek will go, I do not intend to punish them in any meaningful way that you might be worried about, but it should still be made clear that this kind of behavior isn't acceptable. They will be punished, but their lives will be fine. In fact, the punishment will be a great reason as to why they could live normal lives after the fact. I'm no judge, but I can pull strings if this is what you're asking. I'm not the end-all be-all of this new world. I'm merely part of it.
Well, I guess I take the sniper in one hand, and I am simply going to look out to see if any of them come out of the building.
Also, hell, I'll give you two, another round for how much like talking Vergek is doing, where he's just like, I better try and reward this better for them.
My plan right now, it's gonna go obvious.
All right.
I go to a room.
So Ingram's gonna be jumping out a window, and well, hold on before we do that. Shori and Grak, are you doing anything?
Shori is a melee man, so he can't really.
Yeah, I'm not good with guns.
Vergek. Talking is a free action. Blah blah. Yeah, Vergek will go. Just a brief thing for Shori, where he goes, "I'm a melee man." He'll go, you could take the goggles and try and find them and talk to them at least. I'm not forcing you to. Shori takes the goggles. The real thing is if you'd actually find the right fucking area where they're at, like, would you be screaming at just in general, or Shori walks out. Shori's upset about this, I assume.
Yeah, but he's gonna go look for him.
There's a very specific reason why my character is doing this, and it's mostly for Kruger.
Okay. Now the interesting thing I would do is like, what is Shori going to do when you walk out and you see like windows like being filled with like sniper fire from all the fucking glass fire like breaking?
Do what I've always done when under sniper fire.
Walk through it.
Pull it back to him.
Walk through it.
Just like back in Nam. Says
I
Steven.
remind you can't really like jump down the middle of the stairwell, so I have this funny idea where you're like, I know where he is, and you just go down the middle, so you just go, like hitting every fucking edge of the stairwell as you get knocked around. To be fair, Steven, the sniper fire isn't on the like first. Actually, I suppose I should ask, Kieran, would you be shooting at like upper floors windows if you could aim at them? I just kind of assumed you'd be shooting at like the lower ones because, you know, the less sniper fire everywhere, the better for you know what I mean. Like I made an assumption there.
Well, what he would
Like-
do,
Like I
Is
mean,
in
like
the first
if you're here, if you opened these windows, you don't like and the fire's like all over like this. It's better than this where you're just kind of in the middle of everything. You know what I mean?
yeah, no, what I'm more so doing is like, I wouldn't have shot many of the windows in the stairwell. Like, I would have gone onto one of the floors and started shooting, like, in presumably if it's like an apartment, like the hallway windows.
Hmm.
And I would shoot ones that are not close to each other, so they have to spread out sight lines, pretty much. Like,
Okay. Well, when I was saying like stop firing, you mad bastards, I thought you were like shooting at all the walkway windows, so the people that are running after you are in the fucking like the sniper fire is stopping them from walking up more.
yeah, he shot out, like, he would have shot out in the first volley, like, one of the stairway windows to hopefully get the trail off him, and then lean into, like, the hallway and shoot one of those windows.
Okay.
And then on a subsequent rounds, he would start shooting hallway windows. Like,
Okay.
so, like, as he's leaving the floor that he's on, he'd, like, lean over the stairs and shoot, like, a fucking window, like, 2 floors down or whatever. And then he would go in to the actual, like apartment hallway and then shoot one of those windows. And then he would start shooting, like, that floor's windows out to spread suspicion, I suppose.
Okay. So Shori, when you enter in, there's a few floors like with sniper bullets going by, but nothing that's near you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you want to say Shori has like the idea to go. There's somewhere in these sets of floors based on the windows that are shot out, or if you're just gonna start on floor 9 or something.
He's gonna just go down. Sure, he's never been one to really figure that out. It's like that. Shori has very low wisdom.
Yeah, Shori has low wisdom. Everybody's like, "Don't cut off your arms," and you're like, "But what if?"
And
Yeah.
what
Well,
if
what
I
if
did
I
it well
do
also?
anyway?
What if I did it, but also when I did it, I also didn't take anesthetic?
Do they have any
Ooh, admit.
binoculars?
Sure, they'll hand you one of the snipers will offer you a pair of binoculars from his like kit.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can do now until I see something, and then maybe I can use my grapnel to like shoot a line over there.
If you're not taking the hold on, let me ask you guys. I've never worn heat-seeking goggles with binoculars. I don't think it works like that.
Don't think as well, but I can
Yeah.
say I've tried.
I mean, Greg can be specifically looking for like trails of them because like it's not like Kruger's
I didn't think I
quiet.
was wearing. I didn't put on any goggles. So.
I'm just I didn't hear you say that, but even then, like you're just looking for invisible guys. Like I'm just saying, I don't think we need to go back to you because unless Kruger flies into like a water tank on a roof, you're not going to
Unless
see
Kruger
them.
flies at you.
Also, I actually went to
Well, no.
Google it,
If
and
I
there's
can
a-
find the general area where they might be, then I can grapnel over there. You know, a zip line. I can place it. I
Sure.
can set up a zip line over there, and then I can go there with the heat-seeking goggles.
Sure.
All right. Well, I guess we'll cut back to you depending on what happens. So, Shori is just walking in the stairwell, then, right?
Yep.
Okay. Krugar, you are in a random floor. We'll call it 6, and Ingram, I guess, is on 5. But
I'm on
the
a
question,
lower floor than him, yeah.
yeah. Do you want to be on 4 or 5? Just for
It doesn't
fun?
matter. Like,
Fine. We're saying you're on 5 then, just for
Cool.
the clarity of things. You're both in these hallways then, yeah?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Did you want to
They ordered the
fly
stop.
up a higher floor now that you've shot out windows in this floor?
Well, they gave the stop order, yeah?
Yeah, they'll give a stop order to the people in the stairwell because they're trying to go up.
Well, I guess Ingram's going to start walking towards one of the edges and then shoot out a window on the other edge of, like, the hallway.
All right, so you're in the hallway, right? And
Yeah.
let's see, these are the windows, and then
Sure.
there's the window here, and you shot out like these windows prior, right?
Yeah.
So where are you? Are you like you're crawling underneath these windows, and then you go to like here or something, and then you fire at this one? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'd probably be walking. So what? I guess this one's supposed to be like the edge of the hallway, and that's just like a window on the out.
Yeah,
Okay.
like the hall would go down that way, I guess.
What the fuck?
Well, like these would be rooms, like here, like there's a room and there's a room, and they would have their own space. But then you know how like some complexes, stop short, and then there's like a closet or something for the janitor.
Yeah, I'm more so wondering why the hell it's diagonal instead of like a square.
Just the way I drew it, just perspective.
Yeah, I'd probably like walk towards. I guess yeah. In effect, what it would be is I walk this way and I shoot that way. But
Okay,
I'm not like stopping at any of the windows.
we're just trying to
be-
distract them, I guess.
I'm trying to distract them so I can have a fucking moment where like they're looking at the wrong window and I jump out. Because as soon as I get into the fucking open sky, I should be generally okay.
If you
I'm
were
also
on
just
this,
trying to create a bunch of heat everywhere.
if you
Because
were
if
on
they have
this,
heat goggles,
if you were on
you
the
know,
second floor, I would have lobbed a grenade up at you.
well, I'm glad I'm not on the second floor.
I'm just saying, it'd be so
You
much
can
easier.
still do that if you want.
It'd be so much easier. Plus, I'm just saying, just the fact that these soldiers could go, yep, the building did take a lot of damage because of these ingrates.
You can still do that. I wouldn't dare stop you from destroying my Cocos property.
I'm saying I don't.
Property and they're trying to destroy you.
I'm just saying I don't think they had like a Grack ready. They didn't have like a fucking bombardier launcher. They have grenades, but they don't have the fucking noob tube.
But I have the noob tube.
Yeah, but you're
Do you
on the
want?
top,
Do you
so-
want to randomly go fuck the fifth floor? Bedunk.
No, I'm doing.
And then
my
everything
thing.
up collapses.
Yeah. Grack, why? I
That's
thought
how
you
we-
agreed.
It ends up
Right.
being that you kill Verguk.
That would
Party,
be
the party is
Greg
forced to go into
ever.
exile together because of Pat's actions.
I don't currently have any grenades on me, so
I cannot believe you.
He knows he can make one.
All right. So just to
man.
make this a bit faster, Kieran, as you're making them like make wild shots and everything, you do plan on jumping out at a random window and it's more clear, right?
Yeah, I want to heal myself first, but there's no good opportunity to do so. At least so far as I know, I don't have any.
Okay.
So, fucking
Right,
yeah.
so
okay,
while
I
you're
can't
doing that-
heal myself,
While
I
you're
would jump
doing
out.
that,
So
Krugar runs into the hallway, and while he's invisible, he spends a fair amount of time guzzling down potions. You
I only
drink
drink
3 of
one.
them, right? Oh, that's only one?
Yeah.
That's a good potion you have. Okay.
I think it's some of the ones we got from possibly
Yeah.
from the time when Ingram wasn't around.
Okay.
But yeah, I do still have two more. Yeah, I have 2 more cure moderate.
All right. Well,
Well,
did
the
you
thing
want
is
to
I
drink
have a-
more? Did you want to drink more, or do you just drink one and you actually want to do some stuff?
I was going to prepare things in the middle because the way I have it in my head, I think I have the interval to do what I want, the way to drink the potion, and then to quote unquote escape. Because my idea is to, from a place with basically cover, break a window, hoping that the shots don't, go through a wall and hit me, do a pause where I drink a potion, and then leave, hoping that they won't shoot again to the window that I already broke. Or even better, I break a window,
I
wait,
honestly-
break another one, and then I go through the first one.
You're just copying the man's homework.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Similar, but I had thought about that before you said it. It's just that you went first. But yeah,
yeah,
in the
you
middle.
can't prove that. Caught on
Since-
stream.
Since you're stealing fucking Ingram's thoughts by before you went out, you're like, that's an idea, and I thought of it myself even. So as you're doing that, the question is Shori going to randomly enter one of the floors? No, right? You're just going down the stairwell?
Yeah. No, so I'm going through each floor.
Oh, you are going through each floor. So you'd be starting on floor
that'd take
9.
a while.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah,
going
so
to take a while.
you're not finding him, so let's just carry on. So you two are flying outside. Give me your invisible fly stealths while you're moving. Kingston can give me his perception. And we'll fucking see if he spots you. If
So
not,
it's plus 20, correct? The invisibility while moving.
It'd be an additional -5 if you're moving full speed.
Yeah, I guess. Can you run technically? While flying?
No, not while stealth. And not while magically flying.
Yeah, magically flying, you cannot run.
Okay. I assume does the armor penalty still apply if I'm flying invisibly on
yeah,
stealth?
Yes.
actually,
Because
You
the
still
armor
make
penalty
noise.
applies to your fly check also.
you're a loud
But is it-
motherfucker.
I
Your
guess
armor-
Ching,
so.
ching, ching. What is that
Yeah.
fucking noise?
Yeah, your armor's rattling together, and they're just like, I wonder where you could be.
I guess in the end it's just a straight plus 10.
In the end.
Yes, it looks like Kingston is spotting you guys.
Both of us?
Yes.
You can look through the higher points.
I mean, what are
he's
the
on-
chances that we are actually in the
he's on
same
a top.
direction?
He's on a top floor where the walls are made of glass. So
By the
yeah,
way, in
Sure, but the floors still exist.
you're flying
way-
out.
yeah, by the way,
Doesn't
my
mean we're
plan.
flying up to him.
You're not flying
Yeah,
up
what's
to
the
him,
point?
but you're flying out.
Yeah, by the way, just in case this ended up mattering, my plan is to just try and go between buildings as soon as I leave the apartment.
How far
I
away
just-
are they? How far away are they from me? I guess.
I guess we should ask them how they're flying out. Like, are you just descending down entirely there, Ingram? Because, by the way, if you're stealth versus the fact that he has a heat vision thing, your thing is not as high as you think it is.
Yeah, I know. I know that
So,
doesn't count.
Mine's a
Most-
negative.
Mostly, I think he's spotting you guys by going, "You guys are loud as fuck, boy." He like runs up to you guys, like, "I see him."
So my plan will depend, I guess, how many buildings are close to where I plan. But my idea is to basically.
As I described last session, if I remember correctly, that this nice little like apartment tower is like on a street by it's like in the middle of a
Yeah.
crossroad section.
Pretty
So
much run.
there are buildings around it, but there are not buildings next to it. Like you'd have to fly across the street.
My idea would probably be, assuming I don't know if I can actually just let myself drop and then start flying forwards. Basically, use gravity in my favor. But my idea would be to quote unquote jump, go down not to the floor obviously, but a few floors down.
Now I know what
And
you
then just
mean,
go-
and you should be able to, but mechanically, I don't think you can. You can choose to
can't, then-
fall mechanically, but you'd have to fall the maximum distance first, which
Which
you're
is
gonna hit the ground.
500 feet around.
That
Yeah,
is
which you're
insane.
no. Like I said, I agree with what Pedro says. He should be able to do that. Mechanically, I don't think he's allowed. I'm willing to let him.
I just get annoyed
Well,
at the fact that you immediately accelerate to falling 500
Oh, yeah,
feet.
yeah.
You don't,
Yeah.
you
Yeah, Pat-
don't because of one important thing about flying is that even when it ends, you fall slowly at 60 feet around until you hit the ground. You have built-in slow fall.
Oh, you have
Mhm.
built-in
I don't
slow
understand about
fall with fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
when it
I,
ends, you
Oh,
fall slowly to the ground.
I think there's limits to it, but it's a pretty big limit.
And
Yeah,
it's
but-
1d6 rounds. So
he
if you
can't
want-
choose to end it voluntarily because he didn't cast it.
Well, it's not
Anyways-
sensible either.
if Pedro wants to do some Superman bullshit, I'm gonna let him. If no one's gonna argue that that's not how the rules work, we're just letting him. They're cool with that.
Yeah, I'm cool with it.
So,
I mean,
yeah,
he'll probably end up killing himself, so.
Jesus Christ. Alright, you want to do some Superman shit, Pedro? Everyone's cool with it.
Well, then yeah, my plan is to basically, like I said, do that of going down. And then my straight plan is to, I guess, first I think I'm going to rage because that boosts my defensive stats, and I know how guns work. I know my AC won't matter. I know they'll hit me. So I'm just going to. That can even add to the reason why I'm fucking being noticed. I'm screaming, but yeah, and I'll just go. I want to go as straightforward as I can, but trying to get between buildings. So hopefully some snipers lose, and other people lose line of sight to me, basically. And my entire plan is basically just go around multiple buildings, trying to, at the same time, get out.
Alright. Now, Ingram is safe from most sights, because not all the people have heat vision. Some of them might have it, and they'll shoot at him when he goes to fly out. But you're loud as fuck. Like, some of the snipers that are rolling, like, 2s kind of be like, I got an idea where he is.
Yeah, they still have to deal with mischance, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's still got to deal with mischance. Same with some of the other guys, but still. I'll play Rudy 2D point and shoot you if you guys. What's your touch ACs, you two?
Because I started raging, 10.
Alright, and what was that, Ingram?
Still 12, yeah.
Okay,
That's
now before
another
I
step
shoot you, Ingram, what were you doing as you fly out?
Pulling out a trauma pack.
So you're still on the windowsill? That's what I mean, like, how are you flying? Are you just making a straight down? Like, Pedro did this fucking Superman shit where he drops down and zips through the streets.
I'm going to try and, like, because Kruger is one of the fuckers that are just, like, bombastic and bombacious. Ingram's
I'd
gonna
also
be more
like to know
cautious.
that you probably hear him too, just the fucking,
Yeah.
It sounds like somebody dropped silverware out of the 6th floor building.
So yeah, when he's crashing out and going, like, super far and out, Ingram's going to just, like, try and fucking stick to the building for right now and kind of circle around it as he pulls out a fucking trauma pack.
Well, I see this, right?
Yes, you see them too. They're loud, their movements, you can spot them.
I mean, I'll point in Ingram, because I know how Kruger is, so I'll point in Ingram, and I'm gonna fire. All my things loaded with my 10 rubber bullets.
Oh boy.
How far away is he from the building?
I'm up
you're on
against
the
the building.
Well, let's make this quick. I guess up close and deadly it is.
I don't think I'm that close, jeez.
What's the range penalty of a sniper? Is it just no?
I'm using my guns. It's too close.
Oh, sorry, okay.
The range of the kin killer is 250 feet in the sniping mode.
He's not doing that because the thing is, he knows that if he gets Ingram, Kruger will probably come back.
I'd like to point out that I made a single shot against Ingram with a kin killer sniper on one of the rooftops. You can probably see the guy that shot him. I just got lucky with the mischance. Most of the bullets decided that because you're so incredibly loud, Kruger, most of the snipers went to you, and I missed like 7 shots just on the mischance.
Nice, and that was just a bit more than my temporary hit points.
Even with the goggles, do I still have the mischance?
The goggles give you an idea where they are, so it's. I mean, he's not moving, so I'm gonna say no.
I would be moving, presumably.
If you're moving,
I'm up against the wall.
If you're moving, then sure, you have a mischance, Joe.
Okay.
If he was standing still, if he was just standing still, you have a very good blow. That should be an instant kill, honestly.
What the hell?
That was Kingston. That was Kingston going, "It's high noon." Would you like to roll to confirm the D100, Joe, and another 100?
100, you screw your two friends.
That's some nice bullshit. I just love how it's like, yeah, fine, let's make him roll for the miss chance. And Joe goes, I do not miss. I never miss.
Unless it's magic.
Ow.
And now look at Ingram yielding all of that in one turn.
All
I mean-
non-lethal, right?
Yeah,
Oh, so you yield double. Oh,
Oh, that's non-lethal? Oh, well.
nice. I'm getting the best numbers.
One
that's a
sec.
miss though, but
Oh, goddammit.
No, it isn't. And
No.
I believe you go
No.
down.
if you want, then you need to roll what to be a miss? Because it's 20%. You need to roll one from 0 to
I
20.
need, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
0 to
going
20.
to roll 21 to 100.
Oh, to it. Okay,
It's
gotcha.
current HP, so that was 24. Oh no, it doesn't start stacking till then. So it's
Do I hear the thump or is still up?
I mean, non-lethally, I'm unconscious, I suppose.
Yeah, so I hear the
I
thump.
mean-
That's mostly it.
Are you going to non-lethally like float down to the ground, or does your fly stop and you just crash into the pavement?
It's
Oh.
built upon it, so you'll probably float down.
No, it's only if the spell duration ends.
Oh,
At least the
well.
slow fall.
Now, Krugar, as you're flying out of the danger zone, like the snipers can't keep track of you. What's the point? Because they're on rooftops. They can like angle themselves certain ways. You probably are all. You're probably going to see like you hear Kingston firing bullets. If you look back behind, like it's kind of obvious that it's Kingston because your bullets, I'm sure, sound different than sniper fire. For one thing, sniper fire's fairly quiet.
Hey. Punchy.
The only thing is I'm raging, so I don't know how much intention I'm actually paying attention to.
This
If it's
is
sounding
your
bullets-
call then. This is your call then. You see Kingston firing at the air, and you see the fucking flooding, man.
Why
like
would
the
Kingston stop shooting?
You only have
Because you
to
hear the
wouldn't-
thud.
How would you hear it instantly, though? If you're shooting all at the same time, you would.
Ingram's saying murder the shit out of him.
Yeah.
To be fair, I was going to shoot both of you twice.
Okay.
First of all.
I'm just saying.
No, because
Oh,
I
you're
was
right.
going to shoot.
I don't know what your intentions were, so I'm just saying if you only stopped because you did knock him out, you
no.
wouldn't necessarily know until the round is over that he fucking falls.
Fair enough. Okay, I guess before Krugar gets out of the full range of fire as he's flying out, and most of those snipers miss, we didn't take into account for the man who's the real sniper. It's fucking Jesse McCree. You just hear in the distance going, "It's high noon."
I knew.
And they still hit.
It was a
Miss chance.
missy. My man, Kingston does not want you guys to escape.
And
Oh,
I'm
I'm
out of...
evenly halfway. Well, technically a bit less because I have a boost, but yeah.
And... fucking... And this is...
Is that a crit for you, Joe?
No?
No,
Okay.
guns are 20. It doesn't have keen.
I don't know if he got
Well,
keen
unless
or
you
not.
deal 50 damage, I should. Yeah, I'm still fine. Well, quotation marks, fine.
Fine.
I mean, he's fine in the fact that you could fly away from this all at this point.
Yeah.
But are you going to like float around and you're like, Ingram, where are you? Like, I know you're raging, but you've had a very
That's the
calm
thing.
rage in the past.
That's the thing. He's invisible. I heard thumps. I'm wounded, raging, and I know that it's a thing. If I go back, I'm done.
I like the
You think
way
I'm still fine?
you add in like, I'm raging, so I'm not thinking clearly, and if I go back, I'm dead, so I know better.
No,
I mean, that's a
That's the thing.
simple thought.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I
it's
think-
fine.
I
No,
think
it's
looking at
totally
the person-
fine. I'm just making fun of the
it's just
compare
the
like
thing-
the noting to
the
each
simple
other.
things I know is A, I'm hurt as fuck, and B, if Ingram's fine, he'll find me even if I'm in the other continent.
I have a very bad thing to say.
Hmm.
I have the anchor belt. I don't think you can escape me.
Then chase me and we'll see how that goes. But yeah, like I said, I'll keep flying through buildings.
Joe, Joe? Do you actually want to attack on Titan, this man?
I mean, I can just go to because I know the direction he's going, I can go to a higher position and then shoot him once again.
Do you want to? Or
Yes.
like I'm generally asking because like if you wanted to give your friend a chance to escape, you could just say that the thought didn't cross your mind. But if you're being super loyalist, this is your option.
This is also not just about loyalty. What Kingston is thinking is if he comes as a fugitive, his parents are first.
I can't believe a Nazi got to live to see the Nazis come. Like, what you're saying is a very valid thought for your character to have if you're worried about the way the nation's going and you're just going through loyalty and you think if he becomes a fugitive, his parents are going to be the ones to pay, so you're getting things out of the way. Yeah, go ahead. When you kill your way up to the top of the building to get a better vantage point, because this is one of the taller buildings around, you're giving yourself that sweet extra like 30 feet of height advantage, I guess. Or if you wanted to get closer to where you saw him running off to, you could do that too. Which would you prefer?
I'll get closer in a way that gives me more advantage to see where you would have gone.
Just as a question, how much can you actually move with the belt?
100.
And yeah, I move less even with double movement. Because I have the armor penalty, so I only move 80.
You saved up for that belt, didn't you, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
This places where their buildings are. If you can get out of the city, he can't follow you. But that's also a tall ask.
I was about to say, I know how you can dodge his bullets, Pedro. You know these other buildings fly through the walls, like fucking actually Superman this.
I mean, to be fair, there is a chance that for some buildings he's doing that. Depending on the layout versus whether he... Because sometimes he wants to turn to cut vision. But I could see Kruger just moving forward sometimes as well.
So if you see Kingston, like you look behind because there's this fucking sound of mechanical roaring, and you see Kingston zipping right up near you, would you just fucking hard left into a building?
Probably.
Did you want to roll to break through the wall then?
Is there a window first I can try?
I guess, do I get a stealth check then?
Do you want to? I mean, I figured we're giving him every chance he can here, just as many as you guys are getting. So if you want to stealth, go ahead.
No, Peter can have the chance then.
All right. This is just more of the fact where it's like I suppose you could stealth and everything, but I think we're going for more of the thematical chances of things rather than strict number games. Because there's all sorts of silly shit going on already. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So Pedro, if you could roll to break through a wall.
Can you calculate that? Because I assume that still uses the benefits of my weapon, correct?
If you're swinging your weapon, I guess, yeah.
If you...
I mean, if I'm going to break a wall, I'm going to use my weapon, not my fist. I'm not a monk.
I'll say this, Pedro. If you use your weapon to do, you'll just be in front of a fucking hole.
I am looking at the hit points of a wall, and good golly almighty.
They got a lot per window, inch, but most walls aren't very thick, so... Just remember that most.
I'm not looking at superior or even reinforced. I'm just looking at standard stone wall, and its break DC is 35.
Yeah, that shit's fucking awful.
35, then I.
That's the break DC. If you wanted to try and like hardness hit points, it says it has 90 HP.
That's why I wanted a window, not a wall, but. None of the options are ones I can do, so I guess I'll just smack into the wall, because those are...
This is so weird. Like, I look at... So there's Masonry Standard, and then there's Masonry Superior, and it's exactly the same break DC, same hit points, but the climb DC is higher.
What the fuck?
To keep the thieves out.
I guess. So yeah, Pedro, you're gonna try and break through a wall, do your thing.
Like I said, if those are the fails, I actually can, so I just fail.
All right, so
because I can't do I can do 90 damage on an attack. I'm pretty sure.
You can try and roll natural 20 to go through a wall.
Yeah, you could try and nat 20.
I
You
guess.
could try and Kool-Aid Man through the wall.
You could try and fly
could
up
go-
as high as you can so you break your neck
Yeah,
when he shoots
that's
you.
the other thing is you could just change the direction you're flying. Like he's flying.
You threat.
Like no, hold on. This is an idea. Like you see him flying towards you, and he's getting closer. Just turn around. I know, probably not a great idea. If you flew straight up, how long could you fly straight up into the sky?
What do you mean?
If you were to
he's
to
got
go
good
up,
con. He probably wouldn't have issues with the altitude for a while.
So I mean, if you were just to go up so high up that his bullets can't reach you anymore. I mean it's
as long as I have the suit up, my con is 18.
I'm talking about the fly. How long is the fly on you?
Oh, it's 8 minutes.
Okay. So it's probably a stupid idea because for you to fly up anyways, a whole round would pass and he would still be able to shoot you presumably.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. What do you want?
There were no windows on that wall. But yeah, I guess I'll just.
Sure, there can be windows on the wall. Do you want to try and go through a window?
Yeah, that's the thing I said. I would try to go for windows.
All right. Because I'm thinking like, probably if you were just to make a hard left turn, I would say there's no window if you panicked and moved. But if you were, he's getting closer. Let me calculate the fly through here thing. Now,
break a window. Break a
my-
window.
Yeah. So if you're, yes, Joe.
I'm just thinking how Kruger's gonna fit in a fucking window.
I was going to get to that because I was going to say windows are typically smaller than you, Kruger.
Going diagonally.
I'm actually trying to think because I'm thinking of doing at least the windows in my house.
Twist it! Come on, you're not twisting.
No,
At least the windows in my house, I think I could
shut
fit
up,
in most of
Pedro.
them.
Shut up, Pedro. Unless the windows in your house are massive, consider how the difference in size of you and Kruger wearing full plate is.
I mean, sure. It's up, like, he's obviously going to be bigger than the windows if he's, like, going straight at them while fucking T-posing, but if he's facing the window like a fucking Superman fly and goes in diagonally, he'd still be able to go in even if he fucking scrapes his arms a shitload. I'd imagine. Like, he's a big boy and full plate's chunky, but, like, even then...
I will let you use a fly check as, like, a maneuver to get into the window.
Good luck.
Okay, it's a -5. Let's try it.
I can't believe he killed himself.
You get a bonus on fly skill checks equal to 4, because that's half my caster level.
Oh. A 10.
It's still
You
a minus, so let's go.
If you did not have that -5, 16 would have been enough, by the way. I was looking for 15. Yeah.
Then what's
So-
the result?
Well, first, let's see if you break the window. Just give me a DC check.
Is it strength check?
But you either DC it or you damage it. Your choice.
Hey, it's glass. It doesn't have very
Hey,
many
I'm trying
hit
to think
points per inch.
Because my reg does not apply to strength checks, so I'll instead try you with my weapon. Because that one on a glass wall, I'm sure my weapon can break it.
It also
With all
has
the
a
mods.
hardness of 1.
Huge.
I know we're doing this thematically, but I just wanted to say this to Pedro for if we're doing this in the future. If we ever mechanically encounter this problem, going through the glass is probably better because if you attack it, you'll just stop in front of the glass.
Oh, to tackle. Okay.
Yeah, because the issue with attacking the glass instead of doing the strength check is you're going to stop where the glass is because you attacked.
Yeah, you would
Yeah.
stop in front of the glass and make an attack, and then your fly check would be you trying to like cram into the window and getting stuck for him to shoot you in the ass. Versus your tackle would be as you're Superman flying through, you're bursting through the glass, and then you go and you like kind of bonk your head on the top of it, and you're getting stuck in the window, and then Joe shoots you in the ass anyways.
And yeah, since both options go, I'll just quit the mistake I did.
Okay, so it doesn't really matter too much because like Joe's gonna have a chance to shoot you in the ass.
So this is a.
But I was
Well,
curious for the way you wanted to go about this.
I mean, part of it is also just me not remembering that part of mechanics.
No, it's fine. It's not even that important. Like I said, I was just curious to how to
Yeah.
describe it was if you stopped, slashed it open, and then you tried to fly
Yes,
in because
more
it
the-
kind of changes the mood, in my opinion,
The
from
way I
you
do it would be,
heroically
well, I have-
flying in and getting stuck versus you
well, I have the
slash at it
weapon.
and you're trying to crawl in.
It wouldn't be so much. It would be because unlike D&D, you can technically attack while moving. My vision is more in the sense like, I guess similar to a charge in the sense that I'm doing the swing preemptively, so it hits while I'm still moving.
Yeah,
So I
we could
don't actually stop.
okay, we could describe it that way then. So that
But
as
that
you're
would
flying,
require spring attack.
I mean, we could just say that's your charge, as you said you were doing. So yeah, you break through the window with your fist, and as you're flying in, the angle isn't quite right, so you get like it hits you in the gut, in the chest, as you kind of get stuck for a moment. Your movement impeded by your girth, your thickness, and as your thickness is showing, Joe.
Yeah.
Does he get a full round of attacks, or is he moves and then shoots once?
He moves and shoots.
Okay, I can still survive a shot.
I gained
Maybe.
1 grit point from Ingram going down. So, I mean, it's like
Joe, aim the bullet so that he sees. Oh my God! Yes, I was just
Can
about
he
to say
crit on
aim.
someone with concealment?
Aim the bullet so that it goes through his ass and out his mouth.
Okay, let's see if you killed me.
Miss chance.
I
miss
mean,
chance.
it's not lethal.
If non-lethal goes high enough, you can still kill me.
Not for
It would not be
someone
the first time.
It's not gonna go that high.
It's not gonna go that high.
Joe's
The
about to
time's
roll
four,
like
man.
Joe's about to roll like 100 damage.
I guess check the miss chance.
Yeah, hit.
Threaten him.
Oh, it's only 20.
Because you also... But yeah,
That's
let's see. Because I'm also going, as when I go unconscious, I believe I'm going to lose some HP because my con
And
is going down.
when Kingston kills Krugar, can you just go? You
Oh.
should have said yes.
Just a second. Your con won't go down, Pedro. Your thing will keep activated.
Oh, the armor
As
stays active? Okay.
Yeah. As soon as the battery dies, there you lose the con.
Does he only have concealment or the normal full concealment from invisibility?
Okay, so let me do the calculator.
I know exactly where he is.
I was just, I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
was
has
just-
So I
he has
have-
he has more accurate vision than the people just blindly firing.
I mean, that's why I'm just trying to confirm.
Yes, he has a 20% miss, not
Okay.
a 50.
Okay, so my non-lethal is 140. My current HP is 74.
Even if some of that's converted to lethal, it sounds like you're gonna live.
He's just unconscious.
Wait, I'm stuck. Does he know I'm unconscious?
Technically, no, I guess. I mean, he probably sees that you stopped moving, to be fair.
Like, I can't fire again, Pedro. I moved.
Fuck.
How high up was I when I got knocked out?
Oh yeah, do I fall to the ground or...
You're stuck in a window. You're halfway into it. I was going to give you the option to try and push yourself out as a move action, just to like crawl out into the building and then describe exactly what the room is. As it stands now, some woman is walking up and she just sees like an invisible fucking crack in her window, and she sees Krugar, like Kingston, on the other side aiming a gun, and she's just going to quietly, like eyes wide, back up into her room. You were on the 5th floor, right, buddy?
I was on the 5th floor and I went a bit up.
A
'cause
bit
I
up.
was
So
hugging the
you
wall.
were probably 50 to 60, probably 55, 60 feet up in the air when you got shot at and fell.
Those seem like short floors.
But they did. I already asked, and they said you're just gonna float down.
Why would I?
Oh, like we
spell
said, that only happens if
That's
the spell
when the
ends.
spell ends.
Oh,
Should the spell's duration expire while the subject is still aloft?
Yeah, otherwise, yeah, it's...
are you
Unless
just
Fly just
are you just
maintains your
floating
position.
there? Is that what you're saying?
I'm
Like
either
you're
floating or falling.
Yeah,
You're
one
just-
of the two.
I don't know. I just think that's really funny that after he shot you unconscious, you're just floating there invisibly like fucking space dust debris. Like, we played a lot of Harlan. You'd think I'd remember all the flying rules. But every time you guys fought somebody that was flying, I know you guys, like, knocked them off hoverboards and they fell to their deaths. Joe, remember that guy that came in? He's like, I'm not going to kill anybody. And the first thing he did was knock somebody off their flying board into the sky.
Class, you used to sleep on someone that was over nothing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was just so funny where he's like, I'm a pacifist. I don't kill people. Sleep. And the guy just falls off his board. He's like, ooh, do you think that counts?
You think that counts?
There's a difference between being pacifist and stupidly killing someone.
I feel
Yeah.
You're
so.
still a
That's like
pacifist,
a
you're just
real.
not smart.
You think that counts?
I'm just saying, it was funny. So anyways, Joe, Joe, with them knocked unconscious and Shori looking around and Grak looking, like, any moment now, I'll see them. There they are. Nope, that's Kingston.
I want to see if I break my neck.
Do you want to do anything to save Ingram from breaking his neck?
Too late, you already jumped into a building to chase me.
He didn't jump into a building, he shot your ass, he's on another building.
I mean,
He's
that's
not
what I
in
mean.
it.
You
Yeah,
moved
but
to a building,
he-
you shot
yeah.
me, so...
I would have
But-
fallen by the time he'd already left. Because
The fly lasts 8 minutes, you said.
Well, yeah. But the fly lasts 8 minutes. I don't know if it stays on.
Well, that's what I discussed already, was that I thought you said that basically you'd just be floating there until the spell ends.
I'm not
We said
sure
either
if
that
I
or
would.
falling down. We didn't know which one would
Okay, then
happen.
let me go check then. If knocked unconscious
Let's all read together.
during a fly spell, because if you're flying through your like if you're flying like through wings and shit, yeah, of course you fall, but the player, if the spell ended, but in the case of the spell he's wrong, blah blah blah, so do you have to concentrate with your fly?
No.
No.
Then
No.
he's just floating there until it
It
ends.
requires as much concentration as walking.
Then if it requires as much concentration as walking, which
Then
requires some
fall?
concentration, then you fall.
If you need
No,
to
it means it
actively choose-
requires as little as not. It's just, oh, I took a step. There.
Yeah,
You hover.
but
But
if you're
you're
unconscious,
unconscious,
you
you can't
don't
do
really
that.
have the consciousness to be like, yes, I took a
Oh,
step.
okay. If you're unconscious,
Yeah, so
that that is a fair point.
by that statement, yeah, you'd fall down.
I still don't think you're gonna die.
I mean,
Okay, according to this, a creature held aloft to a fly will continue to fly magically even when dead until the spell expires. But this is the 5e fly.
Is it?
I'm gonna go to Paizo, because when I Google Pathfinder and people give me 5e answers, I'm so happy. Someone says since you can't walk while unconscious, barring certain sleep disorders, I'd say you can't fly and you'd fall, which I just said, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do
someone-
agree with that one. Logical.
Someone said you would hover and slowly fall. The fly spell addresses this at least roundaboutly. It
You do
states
have
when
the
the spell
built-in
ends.
circle.
It states that when the spell ends, even when dispelled but not negated by anti-magic, the character slowly descends for 1d6 rounds.
Sure.
Yeah, but that
Spell
still leaves
hasn't
the problem
ended.
of what. That
Let's-
just leaves the problem
that's-
whether or not you are stuck in place until you are no longer unconscious.
Yeah, someone says fly is not a duration concentration spell, so going helpless does not end it. What it does is making you pummeled down to the ground. Like, these are just people arguing. It doesn't seem like people have a consensus on this.
I don't think there's an actual rules answer, so it's up to the people. Probably.
I like the idea that you just float around. It's funny to me, but what do
That's
you
funny.
guys want to go
Logic-wise,
with?
I would see falling, but yeah.
If I'd be floating around, and if you're treating it like space dust, then I'd also be fucking moving.
I think falling is probably the right one.
All right.
No, just cruise control me out of the city.
Do you want to? Here, I'll just give you the fall damage then, yeah?
Yeah, that's why I was asking how tall up. 23.
You're still alive?
I'll
Is it
let you
only-
land on a guy too.
it's-
Just fucking kill that guy.
I don't know, man. 50 feet seems small for a 5-story building, but 6. Okay. Oh. Surely someone will shoot someone who just attacked a person.
I mean, I can get there next round.
They still have one round of shooting a corpse if they want.
Yeah. They're fighting back. Yeah.
I mean, technically, I've told you that story where the thing's dad dies and it eats his corpse and somehow spits out a younger version of him.
Sure.
Like, I technically don't need you alive. I'm just trying to give you full fairness of not killing you without reason. You know what I mean?
He has a reason. He killed a soldier.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I was kind of joking about landing on a guy, but if you like, I can have you land on a guy for real.
It doesn't. I'm sticking near the building, so I'd imagine that's where the most amount of people are.
Fuck yeah, you fall on a guy. We can count this as another oops, did I do that? Like
I didn't
when
kill the
we
guy. Kingston did.
look, fans, when we calculate up the final kill counts of every character, count this body as an Ingram kill. Even
No,
though
that was a Kingston
the,
kill.
It's
Even though
shared.
Kingston
It's
was
shared
the
between
one,
them.
it's a half each. Then I'm not going any lower.
Well, that's okay. When it rounds down to 0, I'll still be
Rounds
fine.
down, buddy. We always round up when it comes to making your lives more miserable.
I don't know about it. Okay,
It
then
rounds
round
down for
up. Give me
Kingston
30
because he
damage
wants
and
a
kill
high
me.
kill.
Round up, give me 30 damage and let me fucking die.
Round up from 23 to 30. You don't know what
Yeah,
round up
baby.
means.
I know what round up means. It would be very inconvenient if it rounded up to 30.
Prepare for inconvenience then.
I'm pissed that somehow 5 fucking stories plus 20 feet is 50 feet. That's some garbage.
So what are you posting this year for, Joe? Because it says in conclusion, but it doesn't really say in conclusion to what.
Oh, the thing I posted above.
Yeah, but that's the fly hex.
No, just the fly explanation of what happens when you get knocked down. Like that's this in conclusion of the whole discussion there.
So as of we reached a conclusion, Mark. This is all the conclusions we managed to achieve.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, but this is like I said, killing their player because of an inconsistency in what should be done is poor form, like I've been saying. Even though he plans on writing it out and everything, that's fair. I just don't want to make this what.
I posted that before you said any of that.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't read it.
I didn't
No
read it.
way.
I'm reading it now. That's why I was asking what's because when I say in conclusion, I don't know what it's saying in conclusion to. Like I know it's talking about the fly thing, but I don't know what their standard point was. It doesn't have one that I can see here. It's just one of those things that we should have discussed like before the game, but there's so much shit in the game we can't cover all our bases, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we went with he falls. Shori, did you want to roll perception so you can hear the fucking thud of a person and the bullets of an asshole ripping?
Sure.
I would say he could hear that. Yeah, 25 is pretty good, guys.
Yeah.
Sure.
So sure, you can run up to a window and you can see the fucking Yamcha pose of his spells failing off, and like Kingston on the rooftop across with a sniper like raising up to like shake his hand. I guess he's like, "Good job." You feel dirty. You feel dirty, Kingston. You want to like slap that guy's hand, like, "Don't touch me."
It's just a fucking bombastic side eye.
You don't want to be side-eyed by a fucking Kasatha. That probably feels like shit.
Yeah.
Well, there were parties.
That's what you guys are going to be turning into if we follow you guys, by the way. You become commissars, basically.
We're definitely not following us.
Yeah, no, you guys kind of are going to... I mean, we could follow if you want. I just like the idea that you guys turn into like weird villains.
Who wouldn't we follow? I mean, who else would we follow? You guys won.
We follow because they made the deal that you guys aren't going to be in big trouble. We could follow Krugar and Ingram. I mean, if Ingram just wants to run off, we can still follow Krugar, who just has the.
I'm for sure going to Arcadia after all this.
Yeah, there's stuff we can follow still if we wanted to keep the campaign going, which I'm fine with keeping the campaign going. And I'm fine with us keeping the campaign going with you guys going full villain. It could be interesting. But we have set up like this big PvP divide, so I'm just asking, Joe, are you going to go make sure people are okay?
Yeah, like I'm probably knowing how tough Kruger is. I'll tell the people to extract him further carefully, and I'll see if Ingram's still breathing.
Surely they shot me when they crushed that guy.
I have potions to stabilize him with.
They probably would have killed you if not for the fact that Vergek would really like that these 3 people here that are with him stay with him.
It's not like they down there know that.
They don't fucking know it.
I'm sorry, Kieran, but you get to live and you have to live with that.
This game sucks.
I lived. Life is a nightmare. This game sucks.
If you hate this game so much, how come we don't just do the stars?
Yeah. So, once you get that all sorted out, I suppose, you make sure he's alive, and you start instructing people on what to do. I almost want to play, like, Bittersweet Symphony playing, as it shows, like, the weird, like, dead look in your character's eyes, considering what the Mycoccus is going to be going to. The question I suppose I should ask now, depending on like who we should be following for this explanation, is: do you guys want to follow the exploits of like these 3, and you make 2 more characters to work as the kind of like overheads of Vergek's nefarious plan? Nefarious, or did you want to follow Krugar as he gets? Yeah, exactly, air quotes. Do you want to follow Krugar?
Can't put that in air quotes. He's fucking resurrecting people.
I'm putting it in air quotes. And
fucked up.
Or do you want to follow like Krugar after he gets out of the prison and runs to Arcadia? Or do we want to follow, you know, Ingram and everyone's life more insufferable as this angry elf has to go off and do whatever the fuck he's going to be doing afterwards? Because again, I think it'd be funny if we do follow Ingram just to constantly mention that he has 9 fingers after this.
I mean, give him a few levels and you'll get a new one. Rerun as well.
Yeah. Or do you want to follow a completely new group? Or do you want to end the campaign here on a kind of dark note? Like, these are all options I'm presenting you. You can do whatever you want as a group. I mean, it's done for 35 sessions. If you want to end it here, we could. We could redo all of this from another perspective, like roll back the campaign or just come back to it another time. 35 sessions is a bit short, but I understand that people are having hard times getting into, like, Joe said he's actually got a job where he shouldn't be missing Friday games, but I understand that we've had a fucking hard time getting some people to meet up for this, so if you want to do a different campaign, that's an option. On all sorts of, the world's your fucking oyster, my boys.
Oh, I mean, I'm fine with the game. The only reason I've had trouble has just been like a series of unfortunate events.
Yeah, I know, like the electrician thing that was going to happen today, but then fortunately didn't.
Yeah, he showed up an hour earlier than I thought he was going to. I thought he was going to show up 30 minutes into session time, and I was like, well, then that just means the first hour is going to be me watching an electrician to make sure he doesn't fucking turn off power and destroy my PC.
Yeah, so...
Because last time people were here, they fucking turned off the power while my PC was on. Like, I had to spend, like, 3 hours fixing that. I was like, I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, and we're probably tabling it after this, by the way, but if you don't want to make the decision now, I understand, but if you guys have an idea what you want to do, it could help on me tabling it. Otherwise, if you want to think about it, I could describe generally what's happening. But
I'm fine with making new characters and following them, or I don't know. Ingram's not going to have a very interesting path after this. He's not like at the level that this is. He doesn't know what they did with his finger, but he assumes it's something fucking awful. He is probably more so just going to be like, okay, well, there's no fucking point fighting this, especially when he hears later, oh yeah, people that look just like him and do the exact same things he does fucking come out
He
onto the
did.
field.
But this is the
But did that
interesting
Gemini
thing, though,
man
is when you see the other you, they're going to be level 8 and not whatever level you are.
Oh, dude, I can kick my own ass then.
Exactly,
God.
but it still leads into this weird fucked up thing that if we keep to following one of the characters, like Ingram can fight himself. Whereas Krugar might not have to fight himself, despite how fucking bombastic he is. Like, he gave every reason why they should just go, alright, let's just feed the finger to the monster. Just, come on, just one finger, come on. But again, the guy's Vergek's trying to make you guys not completely disgusted. Vergek is trying to promote this kind of necessary evil, you know what I mean?
I love it.
That's the other great thing, is if we followed Ingram and he actually did that, where he just one day, that'd be an amazing like short plot we could follow Ingram, where when you learn that they've cloned you, and you figure out that some of the clones are kind of degenerative, or they're less like you, as you see more of them, you're like, if I kill enough of me, there won't be any me left.
Except for the original article, and then I can kill myself and the world will be better.
It's so fucked up. But yeah, we could do something like that. But also, I do like the idea that Krugar runs to Arcadia, and then in his defense of it, he starts seeing dozens of Kingstons and Shories and stuff.
Dude, that's perfect anger management. Man, remember that time you fucking shot me a bunch right outside of Vergek's house, and I'm gonna kick your ass?
We could also
And
just
also,
follow. We could also just follow like some group of hobgoblins attacking the wall. We could have. It would be interesting is if Ingram and his infinite pouting ran to the sand place to try and make some kind of difference away from where most people are, and we just focus on Ingram and some sand people and like an adventure there. You know what I mean? You guys could be Vega pirates and work under Vega and try and attack the new fucking Infinimass. So these people.
I'm
just saying, there's all sorts of ways we can run the game. I'm asking what you guys would like to go to.
So
We've hit a crossroads. I am still fine with if you guys either want to keep running the party you have, where you play clones of yourselves, or we have like a kind of time skip where if you guys want to keep playing the main 3, we do a time skip and we start talking about how with you guys being level 10 or 12 or something, like time has passed and the clones are weaker than you, that we could go off on all sorts of ways from there. Like maybe they have to send you out or something, or the elves figure out where all these clones of you are coming from, and suddenly they have sent drow assassins after you. Like there's a billion ways we can run this game. You know what I mean?
I like 3 options.
Okay.
That we've spoken so far. One is following Kruger and to Arcadia, and is now joining the Arcadia and doing the exact opposite of what we've been doing. Is us becoming Vega pirates, because why the fuck not?
I love that.
And third one is leaving the story for now as is now and making this an alternate reality, and we can come back at a later point to make another one, and we can call that one Primus 1.
Shut up.
Primus
Joe,
3.
I like Joe. The fact that Joe legit came back for that, I knew Joe would come back for it sooner or later. Didn't know he'd do it now.
I mean, we've done multiple jokes of this stands and we start Primus 1.
No, but I also
so
really...
now it was just the actual joke.
What a mad
to be fair, David, you shouldn't write so well. I kind of want to do the Cirque Soleil freaking Stargate.
Oh yeah, you want to do that one? That's like I said. We could come back to this another day. Like the document is still there, 500 pages of all the shit I wrote. It's an option for us to return to later.
Yeah,
I'm super down for
I
that.
like Primus.
Then fight for the options, Pat. Joe has said some options that keep you in Primus. He just said we could
but
end it here and start the game over again.
Crack.
Then fight for
You
it.
play Greg in another campaign. Greg
That's
is
no.
Greg
Pat
is
has
eternal.
a point. Don't go for the Arcadian side because there's no way you're going to be able to play a tech class in the Arcadia without tons of chaos. If you
I'm
wanted to
not
play something like
even a
Greg,
tech class, technically. I'm just a guy who uses alchemy.
well, I'm
If
just
you
saying
use,
if you want
guns.
to keep something like Greg and you play a tech thing where you do your lobbing grenades and shit, I think your best bet would be to be the Vega pirate. Understand the party could still be magic people because the Vega pirates thrive on chaos. If you look at the alignment chart, the Vega pirates are solely there in the bottom corner there.
No, honestly, magic items would make my would make my build a whole lot easier.
You would make
I
your
went
build a whole lot
grenades
more Durka.
I went the grenade launcher because I didn't have access to a lot of magic items without
It sounds
making
like
them
we should go to
myself.
Arcadia. Just saying, it sounds like that. Because I was going to say,
Oh.
of the three options Joe gave,
But I just finished my car.
Yeah.
Just a second.
don't worry.
I
We go
didn't
to
even get a
Arcadia.
chance to make
There's something
prosthetics.
hilarious, by the way. If you guys go Arcadia and you fight yourselves and you just see
We're going
5
to fight the
Moowalks
car.
pull in,
Yeah. That's the thing, don't worry, you're going to see the cars. They're going to try and kill us.
you're going to see the cars, Pat.
You can then steal one and not use it because magic, but yeah.
Pat, play Redneck Elf, and where you steal one of the cars, you're like, I ain't got no pay, it ain't got no gas.
No, wait, Pat. Steal one of the cars and replace the technology with magic, and then you create a magic Mohawk.
No,
Look, I'm still
It's still called
down.
the Muak. It's just now from a military utility combat vehicle. It's a magic utility.
I'm down with doing like a pseudo time skip where we see what happens to the party in a few years and they're fucking clones of their army of clones. Could you imagine? Could you imagine every like month you go down to feed one of the fucking meatball monsters your finger to give them an updated you, so that the thing doesn't degrade itself?
Oof.
Honestly, Honestly, I might, if I was a soldier in the army, Steven, and they said if the monster will eat your finger and it could make multiples of you, I might do it once. But if they said we can then stab you with this needle and your finger grows back, I might be willing to do it more than once. Like honestly, just to make an army.
Shory does it on the dot every month.
Well, if you did that, yeah, I'm just saying if you want, I could explain why there's a downside to using this monster. But it depends on where we go, like what you guys choose. Because if you guys stay in the Mycocus, for example, I don't want to tell you because that's really important to that plot. Then
I really like the idea of the time skip, but I also don't want to force them to play characters they don't want to be if they don't want to be evil.
They don't have to pick the time skip if they don't want it. I'm letting you guys decide as a group. It isn't Steven's the sole vote. You all have a vote. I will tie break if there needs to be, but there's 5 of you. We shouldn't get into that.
I'm also fine with
you
anything.
underestimate our power.
Yeah, Pedro.
Personally, I'm okay with either A, the Arcadia one, and B, the Vega Pirates one, out of the ones that were said.
I also want to congratulate Pat.
You want to what?
I'm not killing anyone.
No, congratulate Pat. I didn't shoot you, Pat. You lived.
Actually, yeah, out of everyone that you threatened, you shot, I guess, option number 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Because number 4 is Shory, and I guess 5 is yourself, but that becomes a bit weird.
I'll shoot myself.
To be fair, that could be a threat if it was like a hostage situation kind of deal, but yeah. But yeah, I'm personally either to Arcadia or to the Pirates.
I want to stay Greg. I've worked so hard and I've gotten
You can
to a
become Greg
point.
in Magic. You just saw that they are down to just kill people.
I mean,
I'm gonna be right back.
It would be funny if Pat goes with the I play a Greg clone that's so degenerated that I forgot who I was fighting for. Why are there so many Greg clones that they're degenerating so fast? I think it's just his DNA is just already like that.
And I just got to the point. Just got back to Noxum.
Then vote for the time skip where you stay as Grak. Become Commissar Grak.
I did. That is. I want to stay Grak. That's my vote.
That's his vote. He wants to say Grak. We have kind of 2 votes for Arcadia and 2 votes for Vega Pirates, although those 2 votes are from the same people. What are you going with, Steven?
I'm honestly fine with any of them. It's just
okay.
Can't vote for all of them.
Really, I know.
Well, yeah, I think Steven's saying that he'll tiebreak if he has to.
He's the tiebreaker.
What did Kieran pick? I heard Kieran say he liked the time skip, but he didn't want to force you guys to play characters you don't want to play. Which that's the other thing is.
I thought he said Vega.
Did he?
I don't know now.
Yeah, I don't think so, but may have missed it.
Okay, I'll place. Let's all write our votes. But maybe a shitter.
Everybody writes their votes on this wheel, and then I'll spin it.
That is technically a tiebreaker.
That technically could be. Okay, Joe votes for Claire de Lune. That's an honest vote. Joe says we'll return to the game later. We'll play another campaign.
That is my opinion.
I'm fine with that. That's an honest vote.
There is a point. Yeah, I guess if we are all in disagreements on which side of Primus to come back, we could go Claire de Lune and come back later with quote-unquote fresh minds.
If we...
Because a thing I'm going to say that I'm pretty sure I guess, after months of not playing this game, I'll probably be as salty that I got knocked down.
Sure, I was going to say, if we go to Claire de Lune, did you want to restart Primus 2? Like, do you want to have this be an ender? Or did you want to return from here? Because, like, I'm fine if we... Because I was going to say, I'm fine if we end here and I write some sort of epilogue, and then if next time we play, we just start Primus 2 anew.
I think we should discuss that more thoroughly when we decide to come back to it. I can see this. You can write this off as an ending, but just give us the possibility of keep going if we decide to at the time.
Yeah, I guess leaves things open enough that we can return.
Well, sure, but if I were to do that, I can't really make it an ending besides make it, like, ambiguously sad that it just ends with you guys making a clone army. Like, it's like Attack of the Clones ending, where someone's like, I know there's more to this story, but there's no description anywhere. Like, again, I can do it. It's just, I feel like if we don't return to it, it's, like, going to be in the back of my mind where it's like, yeah, I know what happened, but I never told people. That's my issue. You can do whatever you want.
You can also write that, and if we never return, then you just give us what you wrote.
What's the thing is, if you want to return, and I already explained what some things are, because like I would like to explain what some things are if you guys have questions, so that people could go, oh, I get it, as like a writing thing, as opposed to you guys going, why was Verkek so pale? And I would go, because he doesn't get enough sunlight. Like, it's not that he's a vampire, he's just fucking old.
You were going to say something, Joe?
I was going to say, let us first finish the votes and conversate about this, and after that we can decide on that point specifically.
Pat, are you going to write your vote, or is it just you want to keep playing this? There's 3 for Claire de Lune.
Yeah, no, we've reached majority. That's pretty... You can sway us, Pat. I believe in you.
I may have missed it as I was writing something out for remembrance.
In memory of Grak.
In memory, when we come back, so I'll have the information. What is Claire de Lune?
It's the one where the stars give you jobs, to put it in a very simplistic way.
The stars give me jobs.
Take out the let me...
It's the one where basically, when a person is born, they are quote-unquote connected to a star, and that star reflects your path. So if the star says you're a warrior, you have some things that will have to be a warrior. If your star says you're a scribe and you try to be a warrior, you're probably going to be worse than an actual warrior, because the star is helping you be scribe. And then there's also obviously cursed stars, like the one Joe rolled into.
Claire de Lune is the My Little Pony of D&D.
Shut the fuck up.
I mean, I don't know much about My Little Pony, but I think you might be right.
How dare you speak those words to me in my
Oh, like
home?
this. The
Suck my
moment,
dick,
like
call
the
me
worst part
gay.
was, the
Someone
worst
goes,
part about this
What's your
was
star? Oh,
as
this
he
is my
said that-
cutie mark.
as he said that, I was thinking in my brain like you know, like you could hear like the music, and then my brain finally said the words, and I'm like, oh, David's gonna hate this.
The thing is that if you do read, you'll see as
I'll
you
give you a
actually have
fucking
marks
mark,
represent
Steven.
your stuff.
Pat, do you want to see?
I don't have to look at anything. You can't make me.
Do you want to
The
see
what?
the cool power my star gives me?
Just because you're mad doesn't mean I have to be sad.
Do you wanna
Just
see?
because what you said isn't wrong doesn't make you right.
See, Pat, my star gives me a power. You get to
The
suffer.
powers to just make him fail, because we all know that's going to happen anyways, unless you shoot me. But yeah, David talked about this a while ago. I think you noticed it. I guess you just forgot.
Yeah, no, Pat talked about it. He's just forgetful.
I didn't know it was called Claire de Lune.
I guess you may not have read the name. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
you
said
probably
it is
didn't
more
read the
possible.
giant top of the Google document that said Claire de Lune. That was there before.
Why?
We
That
see
was
that
there.
Pat doesn't read everything.
That was there before I even made anything else. I wrote the title first.
To be fair, David, I only remembered when I went to check the name.
I know you kept saying Claire the Loon, which is funny to me because as opposed to Light of the Moon, you keep saying Clear the Moon. Like fucking destroy that bitch.
No,
Why?
Do you remember what I said first?
What?
I just said Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah, I didn't understand what you meant because I thought you were talking about Smilers and stuff in Primus.
I thought he was gonna bring up, let's play that Carnival Clown campaign that you had terrible players with, the one who ate trash.
That's Carnesian.
Carnesian.
Carnesian. I sure
that's
do make a
never-
lot of campaigns.
So yeah, with characters who eat trash, even though they have the affordability to eat anything else.
Hey man,
They
that's his character.
eat
That part,
trash.
it's fine if he wants to do that. The only problem with that guy was that he kind of had a hard time letting other people say stuff about him getting angry. But if a character wants to eat trash, that's their prerogative.
Yeah.
The problem is when you stop
Now,
at every
Joe.
trash can to get a piece of a mill.
Yeah.
Joe,
Yes,
why?
The real question is
would
why the
you
other
be
people
the
are hanging with
wretched?
him.
I rolled for it.
Oh,
Yeah.
You didn't have to.
Because
have
they
what?
were saying you can either.
I like that Steven also immediately was like, "Ooh, the Tormented. Let me play that." You're like, some people just like to play underdogs. Pat, let them.
In Just Cause, it was just a thing because they were saying like we can do the actual, quote unquote, lore thing of roll to see what star you get, and we roll just to check. And Joe got this. Was like, nope, I'm gonna keep this.
I might just roll too, just to see.
I rolled to see, but I'm not sure if I'm going to use a roll or a thing because it will depend on what we decide the campaign to be exactly about.
Yeah, like if you
But I
roll,
got
it's
the-
not
I
like
think I got the
I'm not
blend.
gonna force you to keep what you roll. But in that
Yeah, I
case,
think I
why
got-
even roll? There's no benefits to
the blank
rolling
just-
and getting like something that you wanted or anything. You know what I mean?
I'm
I
back.
remember I rolled just for the joke of
Welcome
it.
back, Kieran. What would you like to do for the campaign? Did you want to keep playing
Yeah.
this one? Because 3 people vote Clear de Lune. Now, just because
Wow,
there's a
very
majority
cool.
there doesn't mean you can't sway them if you wanted to do something else.
I mean, I'm fine with playing whatever. I would
Okay.
like to come back to this, but you know,
Now, when you say come back to this, are you talking about from the where we left off thing, or the?
kill myself.
Okay.
Where we left off.
Let me do this then. Let me
I'm
table. Let me table up what happens here. As you guys, get Krugar sent off to jail, and perhaps some of you guys see them, but because we're not doing a returning thing that I don't want to get too specific on stuff. It would just be kind of more like, again, I feel like Bittersweet Symphony or some song like that is playing as it cuts to you guys, saluting Vergek as he just kind of raises his hands, like, welcome to the new order and everything. Nazi driving off way outside of Nazi. You see Nazi, some woman that you've barely ever seen before that you can't keep your eye on, and like a little girl, and he's just driving straight up to Oryx, like he's driving into the snow in his car, like he's leaving the entire country. Krugar is like in a jail. I'm not sure if you guys would be coming to visit him and talk to him. Like, this is more open to like what you guys would do. Would Kingston come visit him or something? Like, we don't have to get specific about what you say. It's just like, would we show him you guys visiting him, and would Krugar actually be talking, or would he just be angry and indifferent, kind of? You know what I mean?
I mean, Krugar only said the thing that I wrote there, which basically there's
There are hard feelings
now. And won't say
now.
anything else.
So would any of you guys visit him while he's in jail for a few days?
I would.
I guess to Shuri, no, because I didn't see Shuri do things. But if Kingston comes, that would be what he said. To Shuri,
he changes his mind on Shuri because Shuri can finish the job.
no, it's more because to Shuri, I
Or he
didn't see
wasn't
him do
involved.
anything. I didn't see Shuri do anything. So I don't know that he was also after us.
Would you be having hard feelings towards him, like in general, if he comes to visit? Like, would you be angry at him for not going with you or fighting for you or whatever? Or like, again, if this was an anime and it showed him outside your jail talking to you, doing whatever, like he came to visit, what would you look like in response?
I mean, I guess I would be disappointed, not necessarily towards them, but probably more, I guess, in a way, betrayed in his own mind.
Like, less angry and more sad.
Yeah, and I think the thing you'd say to Shuri, because he can relate to this, would be to go see my parents and move them away.
He would.
Basically, take my parents
Shuri
out of
would
here.
definitely. Shuri would definitely do that.
Yeah. Because I already had that thought in mind that they could go after my parents, but just by saying no, I don't trust them not doing anything. So I was going for sure to try and put them away, which should be easy because fucking they're a bit of a distance from Metatron. That should be easy to just go inside of Oryx enough in my mind, where to be safe, and then I would go do the long journey back to Arcadia.
Yeah, I can't play Bittersweet Symphony, by the way, without like the entire stream being owned by fucking whoever stole it from the Verve. But I really do like the lyrics to this, where it's like, I can change, but I'm here in my mold, but I'm a million different people from one day to the next. I can't change my mold, no. Like, that fits pretty good, considering like it would show you guys like watching your fingers like growing back after getting hit by a needle, and all that you see that like took your finger is this weird like maw that's crunching on it. Like, it's in some sort of like block, like they have this thing hidden from sight. Out of character, like it's a giant meatball tentacle thing. It's like a beholder with mouths.
Gross.
That's similar to the image I was making in my mind.
But no, sir.
But there is something like terrifying to like it's showing the time skip. Like, Krugar is like got his jail sentence in like some kangaroo court thing, and I say that in a way where he's not being punished, but that things are fixed in his order for that all the crimes that he committed and everything. He's just basically being told like he owes money, except somebody's already paid for it, blah blah, stuff like that. Where it's like, you owe money, but you've already been informed like you don't actually have to pay anybody. Just, this is all a sham for you. And it shows you walking like on a bridge, like you're taking the train, like you're hoboing out of Cannon Ford and walking into the Elf Forest before the invasion. And then it shows like Grack and Kruger. It shows Grack and Grack and Kingston and Shuri, like overlooking a couple of like naked versions of themselves, like kind of walking up and saluting you guys and stating their ranks to you, and you guys stating your fucking ranks of like generals to them. Like, I guess you guys wouldn't state it so much as they're just saluting you and calling you general. Like, something's going on where you just see little versions of yourself. Well, I say little versions. They're fucking 1-to-1 ratios, really. What's actually funny, Steven, by the way, and this is the funniest thing, because mechanically, since you didn't have your arms with you, it produces armless U's, which means every U that comes out has to get cybernetic arms.
Oh, that means Shuri is technically
He's
even off production, they're customizable.
And
They are customizable. I was thinking that if you guys continued in Arcadia,
balls.
I would give a Shuri missile arms, like just 2 missile launchers where his arm should be.
Gatling guns.
I just imagine Kingston. You probably would see this for the first time. He just throws something on the ground pretty quick for the other one to catch. Something to cover his face with. It's where his mouth is. There's a giant scar that opens part of his mouth.
You know what's almost terrifying, Joe, is this is one of the things, is your clones have memories that you have, but it's like as if everything was in a fog. They just kind of have like kind of an idea of who they are. Besides the second thing, which I don't have to discuss. But it's just the idea that the first one, you see the scar and everything, and you throw it down to him, he might not put it over his mouth. Like, it might be oblivious to him. You might have to teach them.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to point out, I don't think they're, like, birthed from the creature. Like, it's not like it grows you or anything. I think it just kind of spits you out of its tentacle. It's weird. It's a monster. But, yeah, it's just the beginning of a darker age. Ingram, you are in a jail cell looking at, like, your index finger missing. Like, they took the good one. They took the nice finger, the pointing finger.
Oh.
Right hand, too.
Okay.
And would anyone visit Ingram in jail?
I would.
Sure, he's like, I'm visiting everybody.
Always.
I would as well, but
yeah.
I think I'm a bit closed.
Is there
Sure,
anything
he's visiting.
special is there anything special you wanted to say to them, Steven, just as a note? Or is it just you just
Shori
kind of
is
seeing
heavily drinking now.
Oh no.
I mean, because
That's
Shori,
so
you know all this stuff is happening. He's only 2 years younger than Kingston. Shori's 19.
I know, it's sad.
Shori is like, Shori doesn't know. Shori knows he's made a mistake and he doesn't know what he can do to stop this. So he's just going to continue going.
Do you think you could imagine the mistake where it's just like, Mom, Dad, I'm a general now, and they just kind of look at you like scared?
Yeah.
Because
That's
the idea
the worst
where
part.
Because, like, you go up, like, look at this huge promotion I got, and they just immediately realize you sided with these people that are kind of, like, becoming Nazis.
Yeah, he's fucked. He's gonna be heavily drinking. It's gonna be an everyday affair. Like, he's probably gonna go to their cell drunk.
I cannot wait. If we continue this later, every Krugar clone has the drunk, like, addiction. The alcohol addiction.
I mean, Shari.
Sorry, every Shori clone. Sorry, Krugar, Shori, you're both orcs to me.
To be fair, he is stronger than me, so...
Look at his fucking arms and tell me that's human.
No, it's metal.
But yeah, Steven, there's something funny about all of your... Oh my god, yeah, could you imagine? So this is the other thing, is if you're all overseeing your own clones, do you guys have to... do you guys collectively oversee the Ingrams?
every Ingram gets a fucking...
Every copy of Ingram is personalized.
Yes.
They all get their own cranial bone.
Fucking shit.
They all get their own cranial bone because of the status of going AWOL almost immediately.
Yeah. Could you imagine arguing with the Ingram clones, or like, you're government property after all? Like, you're confusing yourself with me. It's like I wish that the deep spawn could actually take that part of you out of you, that annoying part of you. I honestly regret ever feeding you its finger.
I mean, like, because of the way he's like, let's just make 5 like at once, and he's like, fuck. Just no explanation, just fuck as an answer.
I think realistically, it could probably make like 20 Ingrams before they started suffering like degenerations, which is kind of funny that there'd just be 20 like prime Ingrams, and then every Ingram after that just starts getting a little more fucked up. Like this Ingram's eye is like 2 inches lower than the other eye.
If the fuck up part
I
can
hate
affect the
everything
brain,
about that.
I just imagine if the fuck up part can be like brain and personality. There's a moment where they drop one that lose all of the annoyance of Ingram, and they're like, can we make more of these specifically?
Can we get the finger off of this one and?
Like he has an eye almost falling down.
I
He's
think
like,
mechanically you actually can, but I'm gonna say no because otherwise, where does the degeneration thing comes in? I think there's like a rule as written where you're not supposed to be able to feed the clones to the thing. Like that should be what causes the degenerations. You're cloning a clone. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, supposedly already cloning something usually brings problem because of the age of the cell. So doing that to another clone, it will just it would probably just facilitate the problems.
But yeah, it would be the ending is showing that you guys have moved up into the hierarchy of the new order, and you would be seeing like some of the people like non-Nazi driven off, like Neo. You don't really see around anymore, but you like at the building. But occasionally he'll just randomly appear for like events, like he's like an icon. And if you go and talk to him about stuff, it would just be like, "Yeah, I'm busy. Like he's not here to talk about this. I'm here to make the people smile." Like there's something weird about it, where who knows what happened to him. The president stays in power, but he seems to agree a lot with what Vergak. He seems to agree with a lot of Vergak's changes. What was that, Steven?
Nothing.
It's just the fact that like my caucus is changing into like a state of paranoia and fear for some people. Krugar goes off to the forest. The question is we were talking about Ingram. Shori goes to visit him. Ingram, is there anything you'd want to really do with Shori drinking all the time, or is that just that's what you're saying in character?
What I wrote was that, yeah.
Sorry, when you
in that
wrote
first scene, like, oh man, drinking.
When you
already?
wrote that, for some reason, I was thinking that was one of your clones being a dick.
I mean, the clones will probably say it as well.
I know that's why.
If the whole directive is this person needs to fucking live, and that's my entire fucking reason to be.
Yeah,
he's gonna like.
They're fiercely loyal to him. It's capable of adding loyalty to somebody that's never felt loyalty before.
Yeah, that's already in and of itself very great.
There's actually something really funny.
The price you can pay is smart.
There's something really funny I could do with this monster, by the way, because like I could populate a dungeon filled with monsters that hate each other, but they don't fight each other because they're all just clones that serve the monster.
Oof. That actually sounds kind of badass, though, actually.
That would be interesting in a murder mystery where everyone has a reason to be the suspect, and they'll find out that exact thing of they all have to protect one guy so they don't kill each other.
I mean, it's a mouth beholder. Like, beholders are dangerous, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, if Kieran, if Ingram got exonerated, or is that the right word?
If he's not in jail anymore, yeah, that's what that would be called.
If they stated that your debts are paid through the the old government is changing and we're no longer part of that system, so your old things are absolved, and that you can carry on due to like clerical errors and stuff, favors pulled in by these three that stayed in power, where would Ingram go? Or does Ingram die like Epstein?
I mean, if he gets out without people fucking like killing him, I guess he'd.
They wouldn't kill you, but people are probably going to be giving dirty looks to you because during your trial, they're going to smear the shit out of you.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Like it's not going to be safe for you to stay in Noxon, or at least not look like the way you do. Like if you want to go like buzz cut lesbian look and change your whole identity and go like full cyberpunk on this, sure, people probably won't recognize you. You look like a fucking elf to them. You know what I mean?
Everyone's looking at you as if they talked to you for 2 hours.
Yeah. You're like,
Yeah.
that's so weird. People don't usually hate me until after I say hello.
I just imagine you meet someone. It's like, hello, you have halitosis.
I imagine he talks to them like a fucking Redditor. Like someone goes, hi, how are you? And you go, well, I suppose I'm doing fine. But the proper greeting would be salutations. And they're just like, all right, fuck off.
The proper temptation is for you to kill yourself.
Say, what do you want to do, Ingram?
I don't know. It's either God.
Do you run to your mansion and live in your childhood bedroom for the end of your days?
No, he'd probably check in there to see if they're like, oh yeah, your mom's an elf, so she has to go back to her house and fucking kick her out to Arcadia or something.
That'd be interesting. I'm not going to answer that in case we return to this. I won't answer that in case we return to this.
Yeah, he'd just check, and it depends on where she is, but he'd probably just go to fucking Arcadia because
we'll say that she's not here.
There.
We'll say she's not here because she's afraid that, with your persecution trial and being tied to and
That's
other
fair.
relations with the elves, like she doesn't feel safe in Noxum, so she's not here. But there's not explicitly kicked out.
Yeah. I guess he'd probably, in the end, either.
I heard you say return to Arcadia, and it'd be really funny if we do start off next time with Krugar and Ingram being the new party heads.
I don't think he would
Ingram
immediately go to Arcadia.
Ingram's
probably...
like, wherever I go, I end up leading a group of very suspiciously similar people. There's always the explosives expert, the big strong dummy, the man that does a lot of damage, and then the Krugar.
Wait, hold on. There were so many things that were like kind of interchangeable there that I was like, wait a minute, hold on.
If
wait a second.
I guess he'd probably try and go down to the Roughlands and tell people there what's going on in Mycoka, specifically like Cam and them, but also as he's is there at any point in Noxum when he starts seeing these copies, or are they just kept hidden?
It would be kept hidden until there's a lot of them.
Okay. I see.
When you start describing the party, I was literally just imagining Krugar with a grenade.
For there to be 36 of each person at 8, it would take fucking around a year. It's just one of those things where it would be the incremental increase. We'd have to have a time skip, wherever we went, really.
Well, yeah, I just don't know how long they would have kept them in prison because they were like, "Yeah, fuck you."
Look, around number 10, maybe 20 weeks into the program or something, and there's 10 clones of each one. For all you know, you could see one of them because they'll probably dress up so that their features are hidden, or the Kasatha guy just goes, "Well, I'm a Kasatha." It's just Clone Wars logic. If someone goes down the street and they kind of look like the guy you know, do you immediately go, "That's the guy"?
It's the guy that I've performed surgery on fucking multiple times.
Yeah, I know. You've got good eyes. You've got good eyes. But if they were just hiding in you know what I mean. So yeah, if you went up and you're
for most people, I would imagine it goes unnoticed.
That's the thing. If you saw a Kingston, if you saw someone that looked like Kingston, all bundled up and hidden, would you just run up and go, "Hey, Kingston," or would you just think that you see Kingston and you hate that fucking guy after what he did?
I mean, yeah, I'd probably flip him off. Fuck you. Fuck you. If I only ever see one of them, then I'm not going to be suspicious. I would have to see either multiple or hey, that's Kingston. Oh, wait, 3 blocks later. Hey, that's Kingston. Fuck that guy. Wait, he's not faster than me.
Yeah, you probably would not see more than one out of them together.
Exactly. So it'd probably just be man, fuck you for shooting me, asshole. And just leaving, heading on down to the Rustlands for a while, and then kicking it in Arcadia.
Because what the early clones are probably doing is they're being sent off like what you guys were sent off to do, like do squad shit. So it's just the fact, like, before things get set up, they're going around clearing up things that they need to clear up. You know what I mean? The beginning
question.
of the yes.
Is you go down by the Rustlands? Do you go through Onyx Vale?
Oh, is it going to blow up the fucking star?
If you do, you will see a burnt out store.
I probably wouldn't go through Onyxvale because I just take like the quickest express train because I can't stay in my Cocos.
Greg, I would like to say you don't do that, but Greg number 5 did.
That was the field test to make sure that everything's correct.
A lot
No,
of
it
the
was-
my clones
you-
don't separate a lot. Instead, a lot of the clones are with the original Grak helping research.
That's terrifying.
Oh, that's how you get the fucking
Would
cars.
you-
And
really-
there's one Grak that's just unaccounted for. Going like, where did this one go?
Would you
We all
really-
just shrug.
Would Greg Prime really be going around like getting people back for revenge now that you're a Nazi figurehead?
It's the perfect time to do it.
Hey, that's what
I'm
I
just-
said. It's not.
No,
canon,
I
it's
know.
one of the
It would
clones.
be, but as opposed to like how Shori feels like bad for making the decision, and Kingston's doing it out of like absolute loyalty for this empire he served most of his life. Grak is
think it was
unironically
magic.
just reaping the benefits of being a cop.
Well, okay, see, the ultimate goal for Grak is that he does want to pursue
In
Uh,
line shit.
more innovation in alchemy and technology and what he can possibly create that it mimics magic. So he probably Grak Prime and the
That's great.
Grak Prime and the first 2 clones are probably
That's my band.
are probably researchers. Grak Prime and the 2 clones.
No, Greg Prime and the first 2 clones is a great band name.
And they're probably researchers, and they probably help together to create what he's been wanting to create ever since the first wall, and the time he blew up a sword.
It just zooms out and it's the Oppenheimer movie, but with everyone staffed by Grax.
It creates a time machine just so he can explode the orphanage a second time.
Instead of the whole like
creates a
Oppenheimer
device.
instead of the whole Oppenheimer I am become death destroyer of worlds, like all sad, Grak is just like, woo boy, I bet I could get that twice as big.
Grak finally developed a little device, a handheld device that can detect magic auras in a rudimentary way. As in, it works. As long as it's working, there's no magic. And then if you get near magic, a part of it will stop working.
That
And
just
then as
sounds
it
like
tears up. And then inside, it's like a little box, like as big as your head. And it
That-
just has a bunch of lights, doodads, flashing bits, and as the tier of magic goes up, the more lights and flashers go out.
that. I feel
So
like it
when
should
it
just
stops
be a
working
dial.
completely, you can go, oh fuck.
It's just a dial with a smiley face, and then it gets like to a worried face, and it goes all the way down to like a sobbing like ooh cunny face. That fucking thing.
Like, oh
Fucking-
no.
The fucking internet has ruined me. Like I used to post that face as just a general crying thing, and every time I look at it now, I'm like, people are gonna think I'm a pedophile if I post this.
No, it's just a device that works.
You can only
As
do this
long
one
as
now.
it completely works, as long as there's no magic. But the more magic around it, the more it stops working.
All right.
There's
well,
a big red light that when it's labeled, if this goes out, you're probably dead.
all right. Well,
But yes,
yeah,
one of the clones does take revenge.
sure. All right. So, well, you can zoom out from my Cocos and like show the world. Like it's from what it started before, where it was like a nice technological steampunk civilization. In some regards, it is still that, but it contains the dark secret that can change the world. And I guess we'll kind of leave it vaguely at that in case you guys want to return there.
Gotcha.
Now, before everybody runs off, you guys want to do Claire de Lune, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to do like a session 0 next Friday, or do you guys actually have like an idea what you want to do? Because I saw that two of you, like Joe wants to go Wretched, for example. But if you guys all want to play, like, let's play a campaign where we go around killing the Wretched. We're going to go Paladin and just purify the world, which is fucked.
I was thinking of maybe Paladin.
But Joe definitely... Paladin doesn't have to purify the Wretched, by the way. I'm just saying, if you guys said, let's go insane serial killers on this, Joe might have to rethink what he's building. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. As I would say, this is an initial idea. I can change it to fit the setting better. But it's literally just an idea. Let's see where it's take us.
It can work as making a session 0 next week, because the one after I won't be around because I'm on vacation, so it gives us more time to make characters and discuss things. After we have the base setting, so we know what we are building towards.
I'm fine with the session 0, so we can decide what kind of start we're having.
Yeah. Because then we have basically 2 weeks to actually discuss things, make character, etc., etc.
Let's consider we don't play the first session without you.
True. Depending on the things go, I can be the guy that shows up later. Especially if I go with my idea of being the hero paladin. Then I just conveniently pop up because reasons.
All right. Anything you guys want to say then, or should we just end the stream?
Yeah, we can end it there.
I can't believe Kingston did that.
I can't believe you didn't let me die.
No, you get to live with your mistakes.
My mistakes.
I also can't believe I'd rather be dead than this.
I can't believe the party made a mistake.
Do you guys, before I end the stream, any thoughts you want to go with our I guess for now, like season finale cliffhanger thing? Before, our show might get canceled and it never gets resolved, kind of thing. Like, was the campaign okay? Did you hate the way it had to end there? What's up?
I didn't mind it ending there. It makes sense why it ended there.
I hate it because I was just starting to get Grak to where I wanted him to be.
You should have gotten the party to change the way things went then.
I mean, there was... I feel like the issue is there were going to at least be 2 people that were always going to be diametrically opposed.
Yeah.
So someone was always going to be lost.
No,
it was Joe wanted Kingston to get written out. Joe didn't want to keep playing Kingston, which is no. I'm not trying to say it like that. You hate Kingston. It's just you kind of wanted to change up the way it was going. So if someone wanted to get written out, this was a good way to do it. It's just the way it ended there, where it's like I'm gonna offer them the see, because there was a chance that with how Vergic was prodding people, it could have made them think, no, this is wrong. I didn't have to go that way. But like Shori, like for example, Shori, part of you thought like I could just jump out the window and help them, right?
Yeah.
And like I was giving people options to do that. They didn't have to do anything. It was just that's what the game is. It's all multiple choices about what they could do. And the choices aren't told. It's just that's life. It's a choose your own adventure book with none of the flip to page 29 here.
Do you end up be sadder, Steven?
What?
You turning is literally the only thing that could have made Kingston turn.
Like it's nobody's fault, but
No.
the divide was a good chance for people to write out their characters in some way. Like even if the entire party stepped away and decided we're going to quit here, the party doesn't have to stay together at that point. So Ingram could leave, Kingston could go, I'm going to go wander the desert for my parents, and we could follow 2 people if a new group of people are written out. And without a clone of you guys, like things would still progress, but it could be a new group without things going too weird. But with it ending with 3 of the main characters being cloned by this army thing and this looming like war happening, we either had to continue in some way with a new group or something like that, and people voted for Claire de Lune, which is fine. But without us continuing the campaign, I kind of want to like put it out on a way where it does end, because I have a feeling we're not going to return to this. We just don't generally get around to continuing things, you know?
Yeah.
It was real hard for us to try and fucking wrap up Dreamers. People were losing fucking bodies there. Like I had to pull in Jason to the game just to give us another person to keep going.
I mean, yeah, but that is once again someone just going mad and leaving.
Yeah, I know it happens in D20 games and everything, but it's still it gets problematic trying to run campaigns where like it goes on long enough and like shenanigans start happening where players are like, I'm not having fun, I'm gonna leave, or some player like we don't need to specifically say Brandon sucks ass in his free time for fun, but it is one of those things where due to complications it gets hard to try and keep things on track.
Yeah. My opinion on this ending is, for story wise, I do like how the conclusion was reached here. In like, as players wise, I'm sorry.
We would have gotten away if Kingston didn't get into the vault. This bullshit.
You see, that's the thing, is Kingston didn't have to get involved. Again, I'm not blaming Joe.
That's why it became personal.
I'm not blaming Joe. I'm just saying if
no, it's
Joe's
perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, no, I just don't want Joe to think I'm blaming him. I'm just saying I gave the options. I was kind of expecting Kingston to be like, I'll fight, but I don't want to fight my friends. You know, something like that. He could have said that. Again, I'm not blaming you, Joe. I'm not blaming you. Fuck you.
Kingston didn't see as much as friends as we saw him.
It's the same
as
thing. Like
friends, you are replaceable.
You're just so efficient, Joe. Kingston's the best build.
Well, it's also the case that like, if it was, I don't know, I should have asked it before then. Like, since it was the case of, oh yeah, I'll just walk into these guys that are fucking aiming guns at me. I'd have fucking heard them setting up outside of the building beforehand. Like, I should have fought harder at the beginning to be like, there's no way I'm gonna walk into sight of soldiers.
That's kind of fair, except remember they escorted you there. They were standing there the whole time.
They were outside of the building. What do you mean they escorted me?
They escorted you to the building and stood around your car. Remember, Greg tore out his wires so they couldn't steal the car.
The people were there at the car, sure. But then that's even more reason why I should have been prepared more so before then.
I mean, that was on you because you could have stopped before.
I mean, yeah.
You knew they were there.
Well, I didn't want to be like in the middle of their conversation. Actually, I'm just gonna buff up. I'm gonna put on shield.
You could have
I'm
written
gonna put on
that.
invisible.
I mean,
yeah, I could have.
Before going down the stairs, you do something.
Oh.
But yeah, those are the things that are easy to just say later, like, yeah, we should have done it.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm just saying. Like, it's all fucking hindsight, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I should have had him be more.
People make mistakes, and Joe did not make a mistake because Joe wrote, "I'm being blamed." I'm only saying Joe so much because Joe is so fucking efficient at taking down the party PvP. He gets the medal. He gets the achievement proc that shows a PvP master.
Yeah, why the hell is he so good at PvP, dude?
Joe, that 20 annihilated Krugar.
If it wasn't a 20, I had a good chance of still having HP left. Which
yeah, actually, bro, that 20 hit, I was like, oh shit.
If he didn't roll a 20, Krugar could have kept running. I think Kingston probably could have followed, but Krugar still had a chance of escape. It's just that he rolled a 20. Your ass was exposed, and he's just like, down the hole.
I know I'm not being blamed. Let me just say this, so I know I'm not being blamed. The thing is, in Kingston's mind, it was better for them to be cut off the deal because you guys had families still in the country, for my knowledge.
Yeah.
And instead of going directly to your families to get to you, I prefer for them to get what they want out of you and then to get to release you.
You're not being blamed, Joe, but the end sequence was Patrick and SpongeBob running, and then fucking Kingston throws a lasso around Ingram, and he flies in, and there's an explosion, and then Krugar goes, ah! Starts running faster. Steven, did you see the new version of that?
What?
That thing. I'll send it to you later.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, I'm just wondering that in case we don't return to it, everybody was okay with the campaign, other than Pat, who's upset that it's not continuing. But that's just more of the proxy of how it was going here at the end there, Pat. Like I said, I was fine if we continued on with the 3 people and it's like you're level 12, years pass, the elves are trying to assassinate the source of the clones. That could be interesting, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd be fine if you went Vega Pirate. Like, there's all sorts of things you could go. People are just... Joe really likes the soul thing. People went with it. I'm not blaming you, Joe. You were the first one to vote, that's all.
It's always
He swayed the vote while I was out going to the bathroom. This motherfucking...
Well, you know what they say. You snooze, you lose. And you snossed, and you lost.
Can't even shit around these
I
guys.
love that shit. And you snussed, you lost.
And my diplomacy from my demons coming into real life.
Your diplomacy from D-Mod, isn't that like 40?
Not
To be fair,
yet.
diplomacy was just you wrote the thing and everyone just agreed. Well, everyone in quotation marks.
I don't know. I
Just
view
went
it
with
as like 40 because your nat 1 is 31, so on average it's a 40.
That's not for diplomacy though.
Oh no, what is that?
That's for if I become super prepared to try to cast a fastest bomb.
Oh, that's the Hephaestus
No,
bomb
you asked
bonus.
you that.
Yeah,
also for
I asked about
diplomacy.
diplomacy bonuses, and you said if you roll
Yeah.
a nat 1, 31, and you get a reroll on a nat 1.
Yeah.
And then I afterwards said your diplomacy is becoming too strong.
Oh yeah, yeah, because I can. Sorry, I forgot. I can choose before I roll to get the +8
Okay.
because of the luck human thing.
Look
Hey,
human.
Jason.
Aren't you human?
Yeah, that's the thing because it's what Jason had in Dreamers. I can just choose to do it before I roll, and I get a +8.
You said the +8's from the look human?
No, not
Oh.
look. It's one of the luck human feats.
Oh, luck human. I thought it was like a
Lucky
diplomacy
My
bonus.
luck.
Because you know there are things in the game
Or
where it's like
whatever.
you look like a human, so you get a diplomacy bonus. Like Roy had a mostly human thing, so he had he doesn't look like an Ignan when people analyze him. It's just your bonuses are so high, where I'm just like, yeah, no, you see it. It's obvious. His fistlet light's on fire, and it's not from him being a monk. Also, what an insane character Roy is, where he's just like, of course my fist can light on fire. I punch the air so hard it sets it on fire.
What's that called, Roy? I don't know.
It's called punching the air so hard it sets it on fire.
Okay, here it is. It's called inexplicable luck.
Inexplicable luck. For some reason, I keep thinking those luck things are like halfling bonuses.
They most of them are. Inexplicable luck is specifically a human one.
It's weird.
Fine.
And
Well,
catfolk have
it's
the
plus-
opposite.
It's +8 if you do it before the roll, or +4 after.
I also have bestow luck, so I can give people that bonus
Alright.
as the immediate action.
Alright, well, I'll be ending the stream in a minute. Before I end it, let me ask for Claire de Lune. Do you guys want me to write up some more feats? Because the feats written for Claire de Lune are the extraordinary souls to alter your base race thing. Do you want there just to be like how like wretched souls could get this, like how halflings get racial feats? Like nothing amazing, just throw in some racial feats so people can grab stuff. Like,
Go for
you
it.
know, let the warrior ones go with the dwarven cleave and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Or should it just be open to you guys can take whatever feats you want?
I think assigning them feats could be fun, in the sense of what you think would be.
Well,
'Cause
just to clarify, when I say those feats, I don't mean you get them outright or something. It's you can get them if you are this.
No, I know. I meant, for example, there is the. Where is it? The smoldering, the Ifrit feats for the smoldering. Like, there's also fire wings.
Yeah,
that
stuff
you
like
can
that.
Alright,
Not
yeah,
so
I think
ratchet.
that would
You instead
work.
of rolling a net 1, roll a net 2.
This is Pathfinder base.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Can
You
we
just
have
don't have race, you have the stars.
TF2
Everybody's
made
everybody's human. The stars are the races.
Yep, I read that. I just want to know when you make the roll 20, could you add in sheets?
Sure.
Yay.
He sounds so unwilling to do it. You got a stronger computer now. Surely it'll work out.
I guess. How long does my my member subscription last?
You were the only one that could know the answer.
I'm checking.
you're the only.
My subscription credit is $25.96. I still have fucking money in this. Your
Can you buy
subscription was
another year?
canceled and will end on 11/24/23. I'm just checking because I'm keeping all
Hold
the
on.
Primus 2 assets are gonna put my fucking image file library at max if I were to like lose it. I'm still set up. I have plenty of space. I'm just checking because as soon as that ends, it's gonna be like you are 2,000 megabytes over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't
Alright.
even pass go, you go straight to jail.
All right, I'm ending the stream. Say your goodbyes to the audience, and until next time.
Goodbye.